Have a conversation. This Karmelo Anthony thing is very much disturbing. Nolan Wells is just unraveling. Everything is all over the place. I'm going a little live earlier today. I normally go live like 10 o'clock. It's been working, but I'm a little bored. So, and I'm getting agitated. You know what I mean? Just getting a little agitated because they got so much going on in these TikTok internet streets. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna do something. We gotta get to the business. It's a shame that we have to get back to the business in America. Hold on one second. I done put up something a little wrong here. This bag up out of here. Image. Yeah, here we go. I cannot believe, y'all, we are going into a whole nother century and we still are in limbo.
We are getting some.
Yeah, we finna watch Lakeisha. I love you guys when y'all come in here and bench watch with me, catching up on things just as well. Give me a few minutes. I'll be back. Just get your popcorn because there's some bullshit that's happening right now. You feel me? They done got the track on the boat to say the boat was, in conflict, right? That boat was moving around absolutely a lot. You feel me? Do I think arrest's going to be made? Absolutely. And I do think it's going to be a bunch of grown people involved. What a waste of a human being to be going around harming people. If you don't like me, just don't talk to me. Stay in your own window. You don't have to go around hating to hate. And then, oh God, I have to get so bad, you guys. You guys, this live is sponsored by the Tibia Alliance High School. You don't have your diploma? Need a certification? Yeah. The Tibia is NATIVA. I will put it in the chat. It's never too late to show your kids. If I can do it, you can do it. Yeah. You watching Lakeisha. She's been on her shit. I respectfully like her opinion. Y'all, hold up, I'll be right back. Matter of fact, we can get to the business. I'll be back though. Let's go.
Information as it relates to District Attorney Angel McRath. Now, if you guys are not familiar with who she is, this is the district attorney that Attorney Ben Crump has met with. Now, she's being called out on social media by a former judge that says that her past history does not indicate that she's going to do much of anything in this Nolan Wells case. Now, we're going to be hopeful, but we need to hold this woman feet to the fire because we're not just going to be believing these empty promises, because based on her history, she allowed police to pun a Black man 5 times in the back after several witnesses came forward and said that the man did not have a pun. Y'all know what I mean. This is YouTube. Now, not only did the guy not have a pun, she failed to present her case in a manner to the grand jury. Therefore, they did not take or did not accept the case. But I want y'all to understand this as well. You can present a case to the grand jury multiple times. So this lady has a history of doing exactly what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah. Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Yes, I'm typing it all down. Clear, spilling tea, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. I don't lies right here. Spilling tea, no fear. I'm still here.
Okay, guys, so we're going to get into this video. This is former Judge Carlos Moore. He has some interesting things to say about this district attorney. In fact, he's going to get into a case of a man by the name of, what is this guy's name? His name is Toussaint Diamond Sims. But let's get into what the previous judge had to say about this case and about the investigation that is now going to take place.
A Jackson County grand jury. That is a step in the right direction. But is it a step in the right direction because we had to call her hand? Had she planned to do that all alone? I had the unfortunate experience of meeting the DA, McRath, back in 2019 when I was a partner with the Cochran firm. And Toussaint Diamond Sims was killed by a Morris Point Police Department officer on August the 8th, 2019. It was caught on video. There were several witnesses that said that young man had nothing in his hands when he was shot, 5 times in the back by that Morris Point cop. 5 times in the back, nothing in his hands. DA McRath presented all that evidence, overwhelming evidence, and she still could not secure an indictment of that officer in Jackson County. So before everybody goes and starts singing her praises, let's make sure she's not going to do another sham presentation to the grand jury. And we know that you can present things to various grand juries until you get an indictment. It's mighty funny that the regular saying is you can indict a ham sandwich. With all that evidence, after someone was killed in 2019, and I happened to represent the family at that time as a partner in the Cochran firm, and I met with her as well as the family, similar to what happened today, so I've been through that process with her. She will offer you sweet tea. She's a nice, good Southern belle, but can she get you justice?
Now, let's kind of talk about what the judge is currently stating. Now, this district attorney, he said that she is a nice old Southern lady. We don't care about her nice lady. It's bringing, what the heck is going on with my computer? What we care about is her bringing justice to this family. And I'm going to be honest, now that I'm looking up, grand jury and what they actually do, I'm not hopeful, because here's the deal. As the judge is going to go into, they don't need a grand jury to arrest. So if you have enough information for a grand jury, wouldn't you have that same information to do an arrest? I don't feel like anything is going to be done in this case. Now, I'm going to play this brief video just to kind of give you guys background information on the individual that he is referring to. This individual was, he was unalived by police 5 times in the back. Witnesses stated he did not have a weapon. And this same lady right here presented this information to the grand jury, and she did not get an indictment. I want y'all to understand, because I'm starting to believe they're playing with us. Now, after I listen to the judge's video, you can present things to a grand jury and not get an indictment, depending on the way you present it. But if you have so much information, why have nobody been arrested? You don't need to present anything to a grand jury if you're saying someone accidentally drowned. And that is when they're playing in our faces.
The deadly police shooting in Mississippi. A Moss Point officer shot and killed Toussaint Diamond Sims in August.
News 5's Nicolette Schleisman is live in the studio with a breakdown of this video. Nicolette.
Yeah, Roseanne Cherish. Now, this video is body camera footage from one of the officers that was present when Sims was killed. It runs nearly 7 minutes, and we won't show you the moment when Sims was shot. On August 8th, police spotted Toussaint Diamond Sims at a convenience store in Pascagoula. Sims had multiple felony arrest warrants. Officers tried to arrest him there in the video.
Now, I'm just going to stop it here, guys. I don't want to play that full video, but I just wanted to give you some background information as, the judge is talking about this case, and I wanted to be able to reference it for you. But it's the normal breakdown. He was pulled over. The police had a taser. The taser to me was a gun, actually, but a taser, from my experience or from seeing that, what they look like, I wouldn't say I actually experienced one. You could probably think that it is actually a gun, okay? So what ended up happening is the police walked up to his car. He pulled off. He eventually stopped the car and got out and ran. I don't know why he had to run behind somebody that has their back turned and they're running, and you pwned them in the back 5 times. What the judge is saying, that this was the same district attorney after she received multiple witness statements that this man did not have any type of weapon, and she still was not able to get an indictment. Not only was she not able to get an indictment, she could have went back multiple times, but it is the presentation of the information. They're playing games.
We're not going to sleep on you, Angel, excuse me. We're not going to sleep on you. This time, we expect you to present the evidence in a manner like you present it in other situations, that you can secure an indictment or indictments. I do know you don't have to be indicted for anything to be arrested. All of this evidence is out there now. It should have been presented to a judge by now. Some of it for probable cause to make some arrests. Some of it to get the search warrants. I am not about any dilatory tactics. You're not going to punt the ball and put it on the grand jury. Certain folks need to be arrested now if there's so much evidence. Evidently, there's enough evidence for the FBI to now be involved. Evidently, there's enough evidence now for the DA to announce that she's going to present things to the grand jury. There's nothing to present.
And y'all, he's absolutely right, y'all. Listen, for them to even have the feds down there, they not gonna move unless it's overly sorry, I'm finna belch. Sorry. You guys, they have to have a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of, if they feel someone is hiding something, if they feel that a bunch of bull crap, or again, you say the judge is fucking racist MFer. Okay. Do you know her? Are you from there? I'm just asking questions. Ooh, no, stay. Are you from there? I'm finna put a copy of, because I'm on StreamYard. I'm gonna put that in the chat. If you guys know anything about these folks, let me know. Okay? Please let me know. These folks, obviously, I don't know too much about them. I know Mississippi is a racist place. I know that and I'm not going to say racist, they're very prejudiced, because we have to start using the right terms, y'all. We keep calling people racist. We're not a group of people that can oppress anybody. First and foremost, let's just be real about it, okay? We could be prejudiced. Everybody, I believe, have that in them when they're saying things that, I mean, obviously is inappropriate to whomever. However, okay, you guys, I put my StreamYard link. You want to come in, just request. At the end of the day, I'm going to start doing phone calls, whatever. Tell me what y'all think about this case. Do y'all think it's going to flop? Do y'all think there a bunch of bullshit going on? Let me know what's up, you guys. Please let me know what's up. But let's finish.
To a grand jury if there's an accidental drowning. An accidental drowning under no suspicious circumstances would not require a presentation to a grand.
An accidental drowning, what are we presenting to the grand jury, guys? Somebody accidentally drowned. We don't have a suspect. We don't know what happened. I'm telling you guys, this is some plain in our faces. I was looking at one of the questions that somebody left in the chat, and they stated, after reviewing the details of the emergency call to the private company that was allegedly handling these calls or whatever, but if you think about it, they say we're sinking. And the person says, can you all please, I'm sorry, it says we're sinking, can you all please come? And then the dispatcher immediately asks, was everyone in good health? No protocol. I believe even that call was even staged and fake, because if you're sinking and the person says, are you all in good health? I'm telling y'all, I don't feel like anything is going to happen. This is someone who's experienced this lady and what she has done in the past. She couldn't get a conviction for police that pulled out.
I mean, you're not going to get, like, talk about a conviction for police, because they're trying to do exactly what they're doing to us, and we have not stopped them yet as a unit. So my thing is, it's different from some spoiled brat versus a cop. You know what I mean? My uncles was officers. They look at them at a different standard. Like, you know, either it was a mistake, whatever it is, even if it's supposed to happen, you'll get it back in civil. And that's just how they work. And I know it's dumb and stupid the way it is, like, just take someone's life just because. And also, it's also dumb and stupid for us to just sit there. So, I mean, you have to choose your battle. Everybody has been given their God-given rights to come on this planet. We didn't ask to come here. We were born and chosen to come here, right? So I don't even want to say too much on here about that. Let's get back to Nolan, okay?
A pium and put lead in somebody's back 5 times after several witnesses said that this man did not have a weapon. And Miss Angel here, who is the assigned district attorney for this case, was not able to get a conviction. What the judge is saying is, listen, she's a Southern belle. We don't give a damn about her Southern belle. We don't care about how nice she is. We strictly only care about people being brought to justice. So they have so much evidence to bring forward to a grand jury when you don't need a grand jury indictment to make an arrest. Why haven't these individuals been arrested, separated, and no, you don't interrogate? Like, what's the problem here?
Well,
Grand jury.
Hold on one second, y'all. They haven't been separated because they got lawyers, and they were separated, but they were with their lawyers. So they have been taken in. Obviously, they didn't talk to the people, cooperated people through their attorneys. And I cannot, literally, I know that something's wrong, but I cannot get mad, because if I want an attorney, that's what everybody should be doing at this point in their life. Instead of talking to these people, they're going to arrest you, you're going to go to jail, and they're going to do whatever they want to do. All they do is sweet talk you into make yourself look guilty or sounding guilty. You know what I mean? So literally, you could separate them all you want. If they got an attorney, you could separate them all you want. The attorney is going to tell them not to say this or say that. They're going to advise them not to speak on certain things. So that's just how it works. I know it sucks, but it is what it is.
And the DA could make that call herself. So evidently, there's something not clean in the milk. There's something not clean in the milk.
I said that.
And they know it. But yet and still, because of privilege.
I just think it's a judge involved. And they know that the judge is a smart cookie. She understand the system. So the head people had to come down because Black TikTok, Twitter, and I ain't gonna lie, I got to shout out to the white folks because I'm gonna keep it a buck. They're not settled with this. I'm watching race, prejudice people online, but I'm also watching a mass amount of white people are not cool with this at all. Like the last couple of weeks, you guys, it's been straight A students. They had a situation in Texas, young boy, straight A student. His name is, I think, Daniel. Yeah, Daniel. He's on my TikTok. Y'all go follow my TikTok. It's Erica Trinell. Okay. He allegedly fell into a pond or a river. Guess who moved stuff around? Those two friends. They were white. And I'm just being honest. It's this like he's saying privilege. It's not privilege because nobody get privileged. They just lie a lot. They lie better. You know what I mean? So that's it. Whoever can get to the story, give the narrative first. That's how I get down. Y'all got to understand. Water and trees is the two difficult ways to finding out who killed you. It's just facts. You know what I mean? This list of people who we have not saw, that have not seen someone drowning, that you solved the case. Not many. It's not many. That's why you see all these Black kids everywhere getting hung. They have no traces of suicide thoughts, but they say they committed suicide. Just think about it.
Or whatever. There has been no arrest, and we are day 11 post July the 4th, when Nolan Wells was first reported missing. Now, I'm the people's judge, and I shoot it to you straight with no chaser. That is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. You think we're going to sing your praises because you put on a dog and pony show. You can say the right thing. You can be courteous. But the Mississippi I know, the Jackson County I know, they will smile in your face.
All the while they want to take your place
and still stab you in the back.
And this is something that we all have to, again, keep these folks' feet to the fire. This still doesn't, because again, if you're still, I understand I don't understand, because day 11, you should have done a lot of work. At this late stage, you are backpedaling because you have missed so much information. Why haven't you not brought these folks in? Again, you're going to submit it to the grand jury. I get it. But submitting information to a grand jury of somebody that drowned, when they say, if you guys listen to what they're saying, we're going to submit it to the grand jury because that's the protocol when it's unexpected or we don't know what the cause is. So what are you submitting to the grand jury again? I mean, that's like submitting something saying somebody, was unalive. We don't know what happened. I don't believe that anything is going to happen here.
I can talk about them because that's where I'm from. And you can see why I have no plans to return to live there.
Wow.
I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah, we got 35 people here. Please like the live. Please share the live. Thank you.
I told you, I know these folks, and I know how they operate. Don't let their kindness, don't let them kill you with kindness. We are going to keep.
And yeah, listen, y'all. I got a video right now. They telling us stop putting race in it. When I was born in this world, they put Black on my birth certificate. They put Black on there. So when I entered this world, it was about race. It wasn't that there was a girl named Erica, whatever my name is, that was born on this particular day. They say this is a Black female. So I was born actually in a world that started me off with race. So I'll be damned if I allow someone to tell me not to equivalent this to race. It's unfortunately it was one Black boy and the rest was white, and everybody acting delusional, very delusional. you know? And I mean, I'm going to say again, if you left, some effing body know what happened to this boy. You say he left, he's going to go on the other boat. What the other boat told him? He couldn't get on? What other boat? Like, we have to break this shit down. Like, what other boat that he was supposed to get on? Talk to me, you guys. Like, what other boat? What the other boat told him that he couldn't effing get on? Like, y'all gotta make some sense to me, boo-boo. Y'all just do.
We're gonna keep our feet on the necks. We're gonna keep applying pressure, because it's what pressure brings results. Pressure bursts pipes.
This is a shame, y'all.
The FBI, we expected them to do their jobs. We know that they work under a Justice Department now.
So basically, guys, that was his take on this, on Angel, pretty much, that Angel has not done the best job as it relates to other cases. And think about it. In this case, you know, it wasn't a situation where, you know, where where Nolan, it's like Karmelo or Nolan is what I'm dealing with right now. But it wasn't a situation where where Nolan was pew in the back. The reason why I'm comparing these two cases is Karmelo again. I gotta do some work on Karmelo. Nolan's case was a little bit more, it requires more research, it requires more work, okay? But in this case, or the other case where this Black man was pew in the back, it was straight right there. People saw it. It was witnesses. This lady did not do anything. She did not do anything. So I feel like she's just what the judge stated. She's a sweetheart, and that's it. I don't believe anything that's going to take place here. Let me just tell you guys why. If you listen to their language, they're saying that based on the information that they have, the reason why they have to submit it to a grand jury is because really they don't see what happened, or they don't know what happened. So generally, when you submit information to a grand jury, you have the case pretty much, you know, broken down. At least you have the facts, or you think you have the.
I don't believe it. I think that they don't want to be the ones that use their name to prosecute this judge's son if there's a problem or whatever that is, you guys. I just think that, and I mean, I could be wrong, right? But even submitting it to a grand jury to indict or whatever, I don't even know who they trying to indict. That's my biggest thing. Like, who are you trying to indict? You know what I mean? Like, those are my questions. Like, who are you trying to indict? Like, that's what I need to know. Like, who are you trying to indict? You know, those are my big questions now. You know what I mean? But let's get back
you can
to what
say,
we're talking about.
we think this person did it based on this or that. Who is the person that they're saying, or the persons that did this, if they're saying it's an accidental drowning?
Okay, I'm on TikTok this as well, but I'm trying to navigate the both, one from my phone, and the rest of the platforms are on here. So I have to get a key or whatever, because I am going live stream. So I pray to God that we can get this popping, that I have the key to be able to go live on TikTok and Instagram all at once or whatnot, hopefully in a day or so I'll get it. I am live, you guys, on Twitch. I'm live on let's go see what's going on here. Let me get them going, and then we could talk.
All right, guys, let's get into this video. Now, I just dropped a video. If you guys have not had the opportunity to check it out, please do. Now, this is a follow-up to that video in some of you guys' comments, because as I did the video earlier, and I was looking at, this is the GPS tracker information, it stated from 4:31 they left the island and they had arrived back to the dock at 4:35. Well, I was a little bit confused because when they originally left, it took them over an hour. So something happened when they left that dock at 4:31 that they drove in excess of 100 miles, over 100 miles. As I went into my previous video, I kind of stumbled a little bit on my words because as I was looking at this, I said something doesn't add up. But thank you to Awesome Agent who sent me a message. I don't normally read every message, but I do skim them. I want y'all to understand this. They left the dock at 9:54 a.m. going to Horn Island. They arrived at Horn Island at 11:14. That is approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes from the dock. It's 8 miles from Ocean Spring Boat Slip Dock to the northwest tip of Horn Island. So they cruised over approximately 6.4 miles over there. However, thanks again to Awesome Agent. From 4:31 to 4:35 is what? 4 minutes? They punched the damn gas back to the mainland at a rate of 120 miles an hour. Did y'all hear what I just said? They went 120 miles an hour. When I first saw this, I said, how did they make it back so fast? What happened that they were driving so fast and so erratically? I want y'all to understand. I don't know if you guys have ever been on a boat before. You know how they have police on the street? They had a police on the boats. Going that fast, I don't understand why that boat was not stopped. I feel like there's a massive cover up here and we about to get into it.
Yeah.
Taken on water. But again, if a boat is taken up on water, I would not be going 120 miles an hour because you seem like you want that mug to soak, to sink all the way to the bottom. This doesn't make any sense. On top of the friends, no friend, at least those three, went and got them lawyers. Why come they just can't say what happened? This story makes no sense. The GPS proves that they definitely went back to the island multiple times. Why? We don't know. But it also makes what this judge say to be a lie. If you guys recall this bullshit statement that Judge Ashley put out, and I'm not going to read the entire thing, but what she said is no one in her family is trying in any way to impede the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30. Okay, 4:31. When the boat was taking on water and had an issue with the bulge pump. She said at 4:30, the boat was taking on water. She said this. This is why they retained attorneys, because what you said, people will remember. So tell me, lady, if the boat was taking on water, how in the hell did it take them 4 minutes at a rate of 120 miles an hour to get back to the dock? Not only did they get back to the dock, they left again at 5:52 and headed back in the direction of Horn Island. Came back at 6:06, and at 7:19 they went.
You guys remember they say there was a problem with the boat and they called the lifeguard people making all this stuff up. That boy probably had been unalived the first night. Who knows? But they call the people saying something about something happened to the boat. they had to do something with the boat. But these people have traveled a lot on that GPS. I don't know how they thought, like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know who's gonna get the indictment. Like, why would they? I don't know. Like, I want to know who's gonna get the indictment. Well, let's finish listening.
Back again. This is not a boat that is taken on water. This lady is a liar and she needs to be arrested. I said what I said. These are lies, okay? What do y'all think? This doesn't make any sense. Now, for those of you who may have missed that video earlier, I'm going to, wait a minute. Before we do that, I want you guys to hear this video in which they go into talking about, well, this is the 911 call when they actually get into the boat taking on water. Again, I don't feel like this is a real situation as the boat taking on water, because clearly it wasn't taking on water. Let's get into it.
We're thinking, can y'all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody is on board. Everybody is on board indicates everybody that rode in is rolling out. Never one time did they say, well, the person that rode in with us is not on board. What really was that call for? I feel like that was a setup to say, oh, we left him because the boat was taken on water. Again, when you tell lies, it's really hard to think through everything that an average, regular, everyday mind would think through, because when you're lying, you're just trying to get out of something that you did. So I believe that this judge needs to be arrested. I believe she is using what she knows as an attorney, as a lawyer, to get her child and the rest of these people out of trouble. Keep in mind, guys, they're saying that they're going to give this to the grand jury. I want you guys to understand that is the procedure when they're saying they don't know what happened or who did it. So there's a good chance that nothing is going to happen. I just want y'all to understand that.
Where it introduces a detail that hasn't appeared in any account we've covered so far. After returning to the original dock, the boat didn't simply stay there for the night. According to the data, it left again, traveling into Fort Bayou at 5:52 that evening. It returned to the dock at 6:06. Then, later that same evening, at 7:19, the boat went to the Fort Bayou boat launch.
And yeah, we have to ask ourselves, right? When they did not see their friend return, right? Why did they not do something like call or go back out to see what his boy was? He was spending the night with friends, right? So why no one did nothing? Man, we got his phone, but we did leave him. No, the parents had to go track the phone down, which they did not know. They turned the track off, y'all. That's why it pinned. One pin said one way, one area, and the other pin said another area, because that tracker was off. And what saved them to know where to go get the phone is the what you call that little social media stuff, Lord, Snapchat. If it wouldn't be for Snapchat, they wouldn't even know where the phone was at, y'all. They were so stupid and loose. And y'all, grown people involved in this. I don't care what nobody say. Grown people are involved with this, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. He probably passed words to some grown folks, because there were some grown folks around, and they overdid something.
From there, it appears to have been towed overland,
allegedly,
presumably by a vehicle, to the residence of the boat's owners in Biloxi.
Now, when Ashley posted this statement, all of this is missing. Why do you think it's missing? Because the fact that Nolan's body was found at that location would indicate that they possibly took his body back there, and she didn't want to call that out. If she was honest up front, we would not have this conversation. Why did that boat go to that location numerous times? So it would be interesting to know, where did the boat go on the 5th, on the 6th, on the 7th, not just.
And just think about it, y'all. They still moving around knowing their friend is missing. And nobody went out to find the friend.
That date surrounding this particular event. But what we do know is a lady that told us, a judge, okay, this is a judge, okay, she needs to be arrested for one, interfering in this investigation. The boat was taking on water, yet, per this information here, the GPS, they drove 120 miles. I'm sorry, they drove at a speed of 120 miles per hour.
Wow.
To get back to a location in 4 minutes that it had previously took them an hour and a half to get to.
Sit with that sequence for a second. The boat arrives back at its home dock around 4:30 in the afternoon. Then, roughly 90 minutes later, it goes back out for a 14-minute round trip into Fort Bayou. Then, about an hour after that, it makes a third movement to a boat launch before finally being trailered home for the night. Nobody, in any interview, any press conference, any witness account we've reviewed so far, has mentioned this second trip. Not Judge Cole's statement, not Elmore's account of retrieving the keys, not Javon Williams, not Trace Eston Shepard. This is a documented, time-stamped movement of the boat that, as of this reporting, has no public explanation attached to it at all. There are, of course, in the account we've covered so far,
no explanation for why a boat that was taken on water was able to go back out in the water on several separate times. The boat could not have been taken on water. It could not. Because if it was, how did you manage to go at 120 miles per hour? I'm starting to think the boat was taken on water, and I'm looking at somebody's comment, Miss Pinky 626. She says, I don't think the boat was taken on water. I don't either. I think it was an alibi as well. Inspirational Music says the alleged recording of the boat parties calling for help because of the boat sinking. They answered the dispatcher and said, yes, everyone is on board. The term everyone includes Nolan, since he was part of the boating party. Context matters. Otherwise, they would have responded, no, this is an alibi, guys. I believe it to be an alibi and part of their cover-up. And I want y'all to understand, it's not just the judge, okay? Because judges know judges who know lawyer, who know court officials,
and all them friends and cousins and nephews that are branded.
This is a concerted effort to cover up the unaliving of a Black boy. None of this makes any kind of sense.
And I'm gonna tell y'all, they've been doing stuff so long, they had no idea, and they probably didn't done it before. That's why they comfortable. Even in their text message, LOL. What the fuck is a LOL when your friend just died? You don't know allegedly of what happened to him, but during your conversation, you so still cocky. They still cocky. LOL, because this and that. LOL. LOL, what the fuck? What you mean? LOL. What do you mean, LOL?
The more they talk, the more they tell on themselves. This is a map right here, okay? If you look at this map, they show the original dock. This is where they left from at 9:56. You see, at 11:14, they got to Horn Island. Do you guys see when they got to Horn Island at 11:14? Then 4:31, they left. Do you see how far they went in 4 dang on minutes? Someone calculated it, and it's about 120 miles per hour.
Wow.
Why would they be going that fast? My next question is, because I know, I don't know is it the sheriff that be on water? I'm not sure of the actual name of it, but why would they let them go at 120 miles per hour and not say anything? It's a huge cover up here. I just want to let y'all know it's too many holes in this story for the sheriff to say that they don't know who did what. It just doesn't make sense. These are high-level official people, kids, prosecutors, lawyers, and I feel like people are afraid to say what happened to Nolan because this is a red flag here. It took you an hour and something to get there, for 4 minutes to get back. Why were you in such a rush? What happened that you were in such a rush? And then you were in such a rush to get back, only to turn around and go back that way 2 times on a boat that you said was basically going to sink y'all ass. None of this makes sense. It doesn't make any sense. No sense at all. So you see, they got back to their location at 4:35. Then they went to these different locations. Let's kind of bring some sense to this. We don't know why they went to those locations. They could have had someone else to meet them there. They could have took the body there and somebody else took it to the land. This is very suspicious. But what we do know is that they lied. This boat was not taking on water. I mean, because if it was, why did they consistently use a boat that was taking on water? I feel like this judge here, Ashley Cole, I feel like she needs to be arrested. She is one of the reasons why this investigation has been hindered. This is from my opinion. All of the calls and everything that they did, it was to cover up a lie that we know that they lied. Y'all let me know what you guys think in the comments. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Enable your bell notification, and I'll catch you guys in the next video.
I don't know what to think about this. You guys, Lakeisha is a good girl. Not good girl, but a good person to watch. But I'm just telling y'all, we finna listen to the parents fighting back, back. Nolan's will case auto proves something else happened. Let's go.
This Nolan Wells case takes another turn. When I tell you, it really appears that there are people in the background putting out fake evidence because they want to dismiss the credibility of this entire case. Because it seems like
well, they do have experts to look through that, so they can get ready. I mean, I'm not gonna say nobody's gonna get arrested because I do believe. I just think this lady's trying to make sure her child is like exiled out of this. He might didn't do anything. It might bow down to 1 or 2 people. Who knows? And some adults. We don't know. We didn't, like this boat. To say it was gonna sink, it went a lot of places, you guys. None of this shit makes sense.
They want us to believe that Nolan just wandered off and left his cell phone, and I'm not buying it. So, guys, we're going to get into an audio of some strange person that is circling the internet. And basically, like many others, she basically want to remain confidential, of course. But it's something strange about this particular interview, because they actually start laughing at the end. And this is just getting very, very weird with all of these fake people coming out to say that they were there or they were friends with Nolan. But you know who we haven't saw or heard from? These guys. So let's get into this audio. Again, it's very creepy, but let's get into it.
And then it came time to leave. And so Wyatt was like, Nolan, get on the boat. Like, come on, we're leaving. And Nolan was talking to that girl, Katie McCormick. And he was like, oh, I'm just going to go back. I'm going to get off. TikTok only lets you send 1-minute videos.
Oh, I know.
But he was like, oh, I'm just going to go back with Katie. We'll be right behind y'all. We were all going to the same house, the same place. He was like, I'll be right behind y'all. Y'all go ahead without me. I'll see y'all, like, I'm literally gonna be right behind you, whatever. So, Wyatt and all them left because because they were like, okay, he's just gonna go with Katie, whatever. Well, then everybody got back in and we were all at Ava's house and Wyatt was like, where's Nolan? He was like, isn't he coming with Katie and them? And they were like, yeah. And Warren was like, let me call him and ask where he is. Or Warren was like, I have his phone. Like, somebody call Katie and ask where he is. And then they called Katie. And that's when they found out that that Nolan never went with her either. She said that Nolan never went with her. And so no one knows what happened. Like, literally no one knows what happened to him, and it's so fucking heartbreaking. Girl, sick that people are sitting there blaming that on Eric and all them, like his childhood best friends. Like, it's sick, and none of them would ever do that to him. And like, people are literally texting me, like threatening me and shit. It's like, bro, I don't know. It's just so upsetting.
It's just so upsetting. Shut up.
So did you guys hear all of the sneagling and coughing in the background? It was almost like they were trying to signal to her to basically say, girl, you're doing too much. Maybe chill out a little bit. That was so phony and so fake. If you guys didn't pick up on the laughing and the, the sneagling and the, like, what was all of the noise that we were hearing in the background? Not only that, this was something that I just picked up on. They said that Nolan had kind of just met this girl, Katie, but then she said that Wyatt took his phone to call her. And I'm like, how is he taking his phone to call her? Because, did Nolan say, oh, Wyatt, yeah, you can take my phone and here's the code. None of that makes any type of sense. I feel like they are sending these fake people out to give accounts of what happened to try to make this story seem like it's just not credible and that Nolan actually wandered off. But again, everybody is coming, all of these strange people, but the main people that people want to hear from, for some reason, they are nowhere to be found. Now, that video that I just showed you, I saw that on Secret Service Sam's page, but let's get into what he actually had to say.
So a few questions. The coughing during the video, it almost seems like the girl is acting and that coughing is like, hey, bring it down, bring it down.
Exactly. The coughing to me is like, stop, girl, be quiet. You're doing too much. That is all fake. None of that is real. These people are acting. They think that this is a joke. And I really believe that something, well, I shouldn't say I really believe, but Nolan's family was not able to see him. And you guys should know what that means.
Like they're trying to defend Wyatt, allegedly. Also, who is Ava? Also, Katie McCormick, his friend today, stated that they didn't know this girl, Katie, at all. But now,
remember, they didn't know Katie. That's what I just said. So how did they call Katie with Nolan's phone, but he had just met her? According to them. Now, do you guys understand why they actually now have attorneys? Because when you tell lies, it's kind of hard to remember all of the lies that you told, especially when you are consistently telling lies.
oh, it seems like they know Katie, they have her number, and it just makes no sense at all. Why would he leave without his phone and not Katie? And then the Coast Guard. Right? They said initially Petty Officer Cheyenne Becerto with the Coast Guard stated that the Coast Guard was not notified about Nolan's disappearance until 12:26 p.m. on July 5th, when the Jackson County Sheriff's Department requested assistance. However, the Coast Guard has since clarified that a friend of Nolan contacted the Coast Guard around 11 p.m. on July 4th, the night he disappeared. It just seems like there is a massive cover-up. And what are they laughing about in the end of the video? It's disgusting. I can't verify if this video is real or not, but all these friends have a different story and it's all suspect. And the fact that his parents didn't even get to see his body, that they identified him just by dental records, like what happened to this poor kid within just 2 days that he had to be identified only by his teeth. Good Lord, send light, love, and prayers out to the family.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying. The fact that they did not see him, guys, tells the entire story within itself. Now, if you guys recall, this friend that, allegedly said he was the best friend, and then the mom came out and said, listen, this kid has never even been to our home. So it's very interesting to say that you are best friends with someone when you have never been to their home, okay?
Mysterious death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells. For the first time, one of Wells' friends who was with him during that 4th of July boating trip is speaking out. He's responding to the growing questions surrounding the teen's death and the speculation that has exploded online. Investigators say Wells disappeared during a trip to Horn Island off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. His body was found there 2 days later. 16 WAPT's Carlos Garcia here now with us with what that friend is saying, Carlos.
That's right. Well, Nolan Wells' friend says that it wasn't Nolan that was featured in a viral video appearing to show several people arguing, but rather it was him engaging in the verbal altercation while Nolan was elsewhere.
I just know I've lost my best friend.
For the first time, a friend who was with 18-year-old Nolan Wells the day he disappeared is speaking out. Trayston Shepard declined to appear on camera, saying he and the others who were on the boat have been receiving threats.
We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard also addressed this.
Nobody wanted to see him die. Nobody wanted to see his life being taken so short. Words matter.
This viral video that has fueled speculation online. Nolan's parents believed it showed their son involved in a confrontation. But Shepard says it wasn't Nolan, it was him.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
Shepard says he returned to the mainland later that afternoon, while Wells stayed behind on Horn Island with a girl he had met that day.
They met that day, and it was kind of.
You see what I'm saying? He met her that day, but in the audio that you guys just heard, she said Wyatt called her with Nolan's phone. So if Nolan had met this girl that day on the island, how would he be able to get his phone, put her number? None of that makes sense, because in the previous audio, the person who doesn't want us to see their face says Wyatt called Katie. How did they call a girl that he had just met on the island? How?
One of those things, it did come off that day that he really did like her, but that was the only time they've ever hung out, was at Horn Island on July 4th.
Investigators believe Wells drowned.
So that was the first time they had hung out, but, they had just hung out, they had just met, but somehow Nolan told his guys that he was going to hang out with this girl that he just met, didn't know her number, no information, but somehow they knew her information to contact her, to ask her where Nolan. Listen, all of these kids are lying. We have saw this already play out in the Karmelo Anthony situation. This guy is lying, saying that he's, I'm going to say Karmelo, saying that he's Nolan's best friend. And the mother is like, no, they are not best friends. You know him, but you guys are not best friends.
And say they found no immediate signs of foul play, but his parents continue to question that conclusion. They told ABC's Good Morning America they tracked Nolan's cell phone after he disappeared and believe it was back on the mainland.
It was showing everywhere the phone had been, I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land.
The Jackson County Sheriff's Office says the family has not yet turned the phone over to investigators, though their attorneys say they plan to do so. As the investigation continues, Shepard says he hopes people will remember the friend he lost.
I think everybody needs to let the investigation continue and let the facts be shown.
Everybody needs to let the investigation continue and let the facts be shown. We still have not saw facts. All we have saw is lies and cover up. Do you guys understand? Everybody is speaking, but the people who should be speaking. So this is a bunch of lies yet again. This kid is saying he's Nolan's best friend, but yet he doesn't even know his parents, never met his parents.
Well, Shepard said he has spoken to the police and that the sheriff's department said he and Wells's other friends have been cooperative. And this
there's that question. They have been cooperative. Now, as we talk about all of these people suddenly coming, to the tail end of the investigation to tell us how everything is so wonderful. Now we get to hear from a football coach who's adding to this narrative as well. There was no racism in school. Well, here's the deal. It doesn't have to be racism in school, because I am very sure that if Nolan knew what type of friends he had, perhaps he would still be alive. But the question and what everybody has said consistently is, had Nolan been white, the investigation and everything else would be very different. So you not noticing any racism in school don't really have a lot to do with what we're talking about here.
You see, what his parents think happened here. Do they believe this was just an unfortunate accident, tragedy, or that it's something more sinister?
I was in Ocean Springs when it happened, and I was still in disbelief when I got the news that Nolan was missing. So when I got all the details surrounding the case, that they told me he was out at Horn Island, and he came up missing or whatnot. I talked with his dad, and we just had a conversation. That was kind of after the fact when they had found his body, because I was just giving the family their respect that they deserve, and when everything first took place. But I was sharing all the detail that the family was sharing, just putting the word out there, and just so everybody could be on notice and everybody be paying attention.
When you say you talked to the dad, did he kind of accept this as an accident and a tragedy, or was he more suspicious?
Well, no, he was more so just searching for answers right now, because it had just happened and there was a lot of questions still unanswered.
Usually high school football stars have a pretty close relationship with their coaches. What can you tell us about just Nolan as a human being?
Nolan was a great young man, with a big personality. Everybody gravitated to Nolan because of his smile. He just wanted everybody to be happy, and he was a joy to coach, a joy to be around. To sum Nolan up, long story short, Nolan is a guy that I would let date my daughter.
I mean, there were rumblings that he may have gotten into an argument, that there might have been a confrontation or something like that. I mean, was he a guy who would stand up, where, his hackles would go up, or was he more of a get-along type guy?
He's more of a get-along type guy. Don't get me wrong. Now, if something happened, he'll defend himself, but I knew right then in that video that wasn't Nolan.
One of the theories is that that he was drinking and that there was a riptide that day and that maybe he got caught in a bad current out there. Knowing him as an athlete, and we've heard that he did know how to swim, would that surprise you if he ended up in that situation?
I mean, it would surprise me, that happened, but like I said, man, I'm just waiting till the family, give out, details of what they done gathered.
Was there racial tension at this school?
No, I don't think it was no racial intention at the school, from my experience. Because you have, predominant white school, you have black kids there, and they all, played and grew up together and got along. Now, some stuff might have happened that I didn't see. So, I can't speak wholeheartedly on it, but from what I did see, it was a tight-knit community, you know what I mean?
And I don't know what people thought that the coach would say, okay? He said what he was supposed to. I got All right, 1 second. I got to plug up my computer. I be on this thing so much, and then I charge it, and it just be running out like every single second. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Oh my goodness. All right. All right, give me a second. My computer. Okay. All right, y'all. I had to grab my cord. So again, I don't know about, school racial tension. And, it just seems like they want to paint a picture to everybody, but for some reason, these guys that's in question, why are they hidden? Why are they not saying anything? You're hearing from everybody but them. Now, Al Sharpton did an interview. Basically, he had some words to say. Let's kind of get into what he said.
Sharpton, what was your reaction when you heard and when you learned that Nolan Wells had been found 6 days after he had been reported missing on that boat on the 4th of July?
I was, first of all, stunned at the fact that this young man is going out, he and 3 friends, he black, they white, and a day later, his mother and them start searching for him. No one comes forward. And then they find out after 2 days that they claim his body was washed up and that he'd given his cell phone and his keys to one of the 3 friends, saying he didn't want to go back from Horn Island with them. Well, first of all, it's very, very unlikely for most 18-year-olds to ever give up their cell phone. But if you're going to stay on an island that nobody's there other than people, tourists or partiers, why would you want to give up your cell phone? Then when they track the cell phone down and find out which one of the young men had it, and the keys, which they first said they didn't have, then he had to admit he did. All of his photos, text messages, everything on the phone had been erased. So what hit me,
which is a red flag. And I talked about this on my live earlier. All of those give, we are trying to hide something. I'm not sure, other than you're trying to hide something, why you would go into another person's phone and delete their pictures unless it's somehow implemented you, which means it basically says this lie that y'all telling that you didn't see him. If we got the phone, it would prove otherwise.
Strange. One, he's missing without a cell phone. 2, you lie about whether or not you had the cell phone and the keys. And 3, everything is erased from.
And let's kind of break that down. When Reverend Al Sharpton is saying they lied about the keys and the cell phone, what he's saying is they did not freely say, hey, we have Nolan's cell phone. Hey, we have Nolan's keys. In fact, they never said anything about his phone. If the mother was able to locate the phone, it means that the phone was turned on. What was they doing with his phone? Obviously, it was ringing because people were looking for him. So it didn't dawn on them like, ooh, let me call his mom and let her know that we got the cell phone. They did not. When the mother sent Tashima over to get the phone, it took them 15 minutes. Tashima shows up, which is the mother's friend, to get the phone. And, they kind of give her a hard time because she's waiting like 15 minutes. So what were they doing? Continuing to delete stuff? Nothing about this story makes sense. Then if you guys recall, the father went to get the car keys and what's the boy named? Jack said, oh, I don't have the keys. And then it was later retrieved. The keys were later retrieved, but then it was found that he lied about that.
From the cell phone, there's too many unanswered questions for us not to say that something is amiss here. And on top of that, the sheriff to come out and say they'll check it out, but they suspect no foul play. How do you know that when you just brought a body out of the water?
With that being said, what more evidence? You literally just brought up his cell phone is missing. The young man says one thing and then goes back and the cell phone and the keys are found with him. What more evidence do you think is needed for the sheriffs and the investigators to say that there is suspected foul play in this case?
I think that the evidence that is needed to build on is already there. Have they brought these three young men in for questioning under oath? Have they gone through a search of fingerprints and other things on the cell phone? Either they are doing policing or they're doing covering up. And that is why Ben Crump and National Action Network and I got involved. The real unfortunate part is with this present administration in Washington, Donald Trump, you can't even say, as we've said historically, whether it was from Abner Louima in the 90s to George Floyd a couple of years ago, we'll go get the feds. You can't get this Justice Department. What we can do, though, is go to state court and sue and depose these young men on what they were doing. So there's going to be a legal strategy that Ben Crump, who's the best at it, will do. I'm going to continue to stand with the family and mobilize people around the country so that this does not go off the minds of the American public.
Reverend Sharpton, do you think race played a role in this case? We actually, on our TMZ Live show, had one of Nolan's friends, a young African-American male, and we asked him the same question, and he felt uncomfortable to answer. He didn't want to answer the question. But with what we're seeing, like you said, Nolan was a young Black man out on a boat with three white people, and the majority of the people on that island were white. Do you think race is playing a role in this case? And do you think race will play a role in the outcome of this case?
I will say this. I do not know that race played a role, but I do not know race did not play a role. So I think you've got to put all of that on the table. How does anybody say that, oh, no, race played no role unless you know the three guys and the three guys were forthcoming? I certainly think you got to look at the possibility of racism at different levels. One, were any of the three guys racist? All right. Two, were the prosecutors and the enforcement when the body was found? Is there a racial double standard there? Many of us feel if there were three Black guys and a white kid was missing, they would have held them probably in custody and certainly had them seriously under scrutiny on if it was the...
You know, the crazy part of this is people seem to not, well, the ones who want to understand. If this was a different situation where there was three Black guys and one white guy, we all know it would be a different situation. Come on, people with these dumb, stupid questions.
Reverse. In our opinion, but the family has said they don't want to say race, but they don't want it taken off the table. How do we know? Particularly when you have a sheriff saying there was no foul play.
Do you see this as an isolated incident or something that's becoming a part of a larger pattern? We've started to see, I know it's a kind of a different case, but like Karmelo Anthony with the race and all that this stuff. Do you think that these situations where these young Black kids, I will say, you know, teenagers, young adults, if you will, are hanging out with the majority of white people, and then something bad happens to them, and then all of a sudden nobody knows anything? Do you think this is an isolated incident?
I am beginning to see a pattern, and I think that I hear parents in National Action Network, I hear parents that call my radio show saying, I'm telling my kids don't go out with other people. I mean, people are just naturally becoming very apprehensive, and we shouldn't have to live like this. And unless there is a signal sent from the justice system that do some real justice in these cases, they will only intensify people's fear of even having social settings with people of different races.
The thing of it is, I mean, I believe as it relates to this event, there were Black people, but it seems like his group of people, maybe it was primarily white. I don't know. But I feel like as any Black person, yeah, you unsafe when you're the only Black person in the bunch. I mean, we've saw this. There's been separate instances, all different, isolated, where it was the same situation where the Black folk came up unalive. If you remember the Black lady, I think her name is Tamara or Tamala, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. She did a sleepover, the only Black woman, and guess what? It happened to her too. So I don't know what this is, but listen, folks, be safe.
It's for their children.
Are there any unanswered questions you think investigators still need to answer in this case that they have not publicly answered so far?
I think they need to answer why they didn't go get the phone and the keys. Why did it have to be his father run it down? I think they have to answer why they immediately said there was no foul play. I think they have to answer, have they interrogated the 3 young men? I think they have to answer where there's a reported a video of the young men and him being Nolan arguing, and he said something about his freaking phone. Well, what is on?
So here's the deal, guys. I know there has been somebody that has come forward and said it was them, but I want y'all to understand that they are saying it still was a separate incident where Nolan was actually arguing about his phone, which makes sense because he didn't have his phone. When they found him, his phone was still with those other boys.
That tape, what are they arguing about? And how did you not question them about the argument? There's a lot of things that law enforcement would have to answer.
What do you say to some of these young adults that say they know Nolan? There's one specifically, Trayston Shepard, who went on Good Morning America, and he basically contradicted the Wells family and basically said that the video that we've seen of a young man yelling and an altercation was not Nolan, that it was him. And he basically said that everyone that was with Nolan that day did no wrong, and he does not understand why they are getting so much hate behind Nolan's death. Says no one wanted to see him die. What do you have to say to these friends who he basically said we just need to all relax and mourn, is what he said.
I think that rather than do an interview on ABC, he ought to be doing an interview with the police under oath and being warned, if you lie, it's a crime. How does he know what happened any more than I know, unless he was there when whatever happened that led to the fatality of Nolan? He was there. I mean, so to get people to try and tamp this down is possibly perjuring themselves, which is why you get people like me involved to try to put the heat on to sweat them out of their corner. How can you say, when he says it wasn't Nolan on the tape, it was him? Has he heard the tape? How did he hear the tape?
Again, this is all damage control. I believe Ben Crump has solid information that Nolan was trying to get his phone back. Again, this seems like damage control. These people are coming out of the woodwork. Where were these people a week or so ago? We heard nothing. It just seems like now that social media is dragging their ass, now they're trying to pretty much say, hey, well, this was him. It was him. And it could have been him, but how do he know that it was him? One thing that I'm learning with this entire situation is these people should be given sworn affidavit as it relates to their testimony. I don't believe that they have done that.
Was he under oath when he heard the tape? I mean, they only set themselves up for more serious questions.
What should be prioritized next in this case?
I think the priority must be, we must have an independent autopsy, which we have done, and we're waiting on the toxicology report. And we must have an impartial, independent investigation. Certainly the family, and I think with real reason, do not trust the local authorities that already determined there was no foul play. And I think that we need to have independent prosecutor investigate the case, and we need the toxicology report as we prepare for a funeral that is going to be devastating for this family.
Got it. Do you guys have a date for the funeral that you've set yet?
No, we're waiting to see when the toxicology report comes back, and that will determine that. Probably next Monday in Mississippi, but I'm not certain yet.
Got you. Do you have anything special that you plan to say? I know you're going to be officiating the service. Do you have anything that you plan to highlight or to make sure that
I'm going to call for fairness and justice, and to remember and celebrate this young man's life. 18 years old, doing well in football and college. If they can do this to the brightest of us, what can they do to the rest of us? Whatever happens, all of us need for this to come out and be clear on what did and what didn't happen.
One last question. This case has really polarized the nation. I feel like everyone knows when you say Nolan Wells, everyone knows exactly who you're talking about. I haven't seen our president really speak out about this. Do you think that this is something that he should be speaking out on?
I think that if it was another community and another situation, he would have been up in the middle of the night on Truth Social writing about it. But I won't say that I think he should say something, because given what he would say, I don't think it would be helpful.
I might agree with you on that. Reverend.
So again, guys, more, miscellaneous information coming out. Where are these young men on the screen? Oh, y'all give me a second. I'm trying to find it. I got it on the screen, but they are having a press conference here for Nolan Wells. Oh, gosh. All right, guys, give me a second here. I'm trying to share my screen here.
The visitation will be 9 to 11, and then the funeral will start after that. The plan is for the repast because, again, we want to celebrate Nolan. And he would not want us to be sitting around crying and eating. And so what we're going to do is kind of have a party to celebrate him, and that'll be held at the Jackson County Fairgrounds. So we really do want to keep it for family and friends. We are going to allow media to come in as well. And lastly,
his teammates.
Oh, absolutely, teammates. We've already contacted Coach Les George because we want to make sure that those guys are there. Former teammates from high school, middle school, teams that he played against. You guys are all welcome, but of course, we want to make sure that our families for sure and close friends get there. So I do want to just say for those of you, again, if you are having protests, even the day of his service, I am asking you guys to just keep it peaceful. Nolan would never want any type of violence or anything like that. He was not that kind of person. So if you guys would, again, just be peaceful. And to the community, thank you so much. Just the outpouring of love, support. We've had some local officials, Mayor Casey Vaughn from Gaucher has reached out to us. Oh my gosh, I can't even tell you. He has, it's almost been every day. He's been texting to check on us. Also, Jeffrey Hullum, thank you so much. He's been texting pretty much every day, receiving a lot of stories from Nolan's teachers, which just warms my heart, his classmates, teammates. So again, for those of you who have donated to the GoFundMe, once again, I stress, if you are not financially able to, we're not begging for that money, okay? If you're not financially able to, we understand. We thank you for whatever you can give, but if you cannot, if you would just keep us in your prayers. And to his friends, stay strong and please just take care of your mental health, because I know this is a lot. It's a lot for us, and I know you guys are feeling some of that too. So thank you all.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Attorney Crum, Skyler Henry here with CBS News. The last time that you spoke in a setting like this, I know you guys were hoping to get results back from an independent autopsy. I know you mentioned that Nolan had been sent to
Washington, D.C.
Is there anything to share on that front?
Not at this time, but we hope soon, very soon. Obviously, we're concentrating on the funeral services, but hopefully shortly thereafter, we will be able to tell some findings of the preliminary autopsy. Still waiting on some things. And I also, while we're talking about funeral services, want to thank Mr. Tyler Perry for paying for the funeral.
Absolutely.
As well as Colin Kaepernick for helping to shoulder the expense of the independent autopsy. And I thank Reverend Al for agreeing to officiate the funeral services. Yes, sir.
Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News. Mr. and Mrs. Lonsley, you said from the very beginning that for you, this was really about getting some answers about what happened to your son. Do you feel like after your meeting today, you have any more clarity on what happened?
Well, it was just a meeting where she talked about the process. She didn't tell us any information about the investigation too much, because those things are, as she said, her role and what she has to do. But they still have questions, and that's not insignificant to this meeting. It's just in general, every morning they wake up and there's a hole in their heart, and they are trying to say, what happened to my son? Obviously, you know, they feel strongly that he would not have just stayed behind. He wouldn't have left his cell phone. And so we're trying to get to those answers.
Attorney Crump, Brian Rose, GC Wire. There's been a lot of misinformation that's been spread online, especially the pool picture that was shared by you. And you had said that.
Well, I didn't share it. I reposted it. We're reposting everything. Let's make it clear. We're reposting everything because we're trying to get people to come in and call. And so we've said from the beginning, we're in a ferocious search for the truth. And so things out there, we are trying to post, ask people, do you know something about this? Let us know. Just because we repost does not mean that we authenticate anything. Look at our social media. We have always been very careful to say this is a repost, and we almost always give a declaration that that's what it is, a repost. And so we want people to continue to call about everything, videos, whatever interactions they saw. And thank God, we are getting dozens of people calling every day saying, I was on Horn Island. This is what I saw. I know these individuals. This is what we know. They said, we understand the sheriff's investigation has hundreds of people calling too. And so the hope is that when this is presented to the grand jury, all relevant witnesses and evidence will be presented to them so that we can have a fair and impartial investigation into the death of Nolan Wells. We were very honest and candid with the district attorney, and she was honest and candid with us. Our lived experiences tell us that we must question everything, everybody's role, law enforcement role. That is the lived experience of us as Black people in America. And we will be not honoring the ancestors' sacrifices for us if we did not be honest every chance we got when we talk to power. Yes, sir.
Eric mentioned the false narrative out there. Well, I've seen quite a few of those, so I was wondering if you could tell us which false narrative you're talking about so we can let people know. Was there a particular false narrative you were
There's a lot of narratives out there right now, and
there's a lot of narratives we're going to try to investigate all of them.
there's a lot of narratives out there right now. I'm not going to comment on any particular one, but whenever a case this big gets in the news, people try for whatever motivations, law enforcement or whoever, people that call in, try to set up a narrative so that people will follow the narrative. Our job is to cut through all the noise and find the truth. And the truth needs to be found by unbiased investigation, as well as unbiased lawyers and all the people that are out here, all you investigatory journalists and everyone else. We just ask that you keep an open mind until we get to the truth.
And one of the things I will say, we are trying desperately to figure it out. And we don't profess to have all the answers, but boy, we're trying. And so when people call and tell us this is this person, and then we get somebody saying that, no, this isn't that person, we're trying to balance it all. So we want to even be more careful ourselves to make certain that we're trying to get people to come forward. And there are a lot of people who have different perspectives. We're getting that just from the phone calls, that people who were there at the same time are saying different things. But we're going to get there. We're going to get to the truth.
So first, I
yes.
just want to say my deepest condolences to you, Christine and Elmore. My heart hurts. I'm Brady McGill, WLOX here at home. But I want to go on and ask you, Attorney Bancroft, you say that you were talking about the process in there with the DA. Were any affidavits or possible prosecutions or criminal actions presented to her to be signed eventually, or do you know anything
Yeah,
right now?
and as she says, her role is confidential at this point, so she can maintain her prosecutorial independence. Obviously, I stressed to her very strenuously to say, we want you to zealously, you and the Sheriff's Department, to zealously investigate this matter, and Christine and Elmore share their life experiences too. We know through our lived experiences, our life experiences, and she said that's not how our office operates, but we know in America, in the South, certain people are investigated differently. And we shared that with her. We didn't, ask that she understand our perspective, but we said we should mutually try to understand each other's perspectives, where we're coming from. And we agreed that we will try to do that.
Where are we at in the investigation and autopsy?
We're
supposed to get it back Friday.
Well, no, we like we said, we're waiting, let the doctors do what they do. They ain't got their autopsy back neither. So we're trying to get it right. And then when we get it, we're going to share it. Yes, ma'am.
On Friday in the press conference, you said that you hear on the video Nolan saying,
yes,
my freaking phone, what are you freaking doing?
That's what a witness told us, and that's what we reported out. Then another witness has come forward and said, no, that was his voice. We have other witnesses who said there were other altercations. So as Mr. Hurt said, we're trying to go through it all and so forth. And we'll be even more careful to say, this is what a witness told us in the future.
And so your team hasn't been able to fully into that to confirm whether it was or was not Nolan that said
No,
that?
we have audio people doing it, but we know certain people said it was him, and then certain people said it was not him.
Are you worried about the death threats and the violent kind of atmosphere of social media and how these fake videos and photos can play into
Oh
that?
my God, I saw a
Even
fake video.
with friends getting death threats.
We don't want anybody's life to be in harm's way just because we're trying to get to the truth of what happened to Christine and Elmore's son. We saw fake videos about AI generated videos of Christine, and it's just god awful as they're grieving and trying to fight for the truth, that they also having to deal with these fake videos attacking them as they are just trying to literally bury their son next week. But we want everybody to say that we can go through this journey together for the truth. And even though we may have different viewpoints, we can all agree that everybody wants the truth, and nobody life should be threatened for seeking the truth. Nobody should be, presumed accountable until we have evidence. His mother and father only want, and Christine has said it multiple times, she only wants what you would want. If this was your son, if this was your, wouldn't you want desperately to get to the truth? Wouldn't you want people who were closest in proximity to what happened to be investigated and thoroughly investigated? We know that, if it was Nolan, how would he be investigated? So one last question.
Really quickly, just curious about the dynamic that you guys have had, Christine and Elmore, with law enforcement up until this point. Have you all been able to speak with the sheriff, any of the lead investigators, since what happened last week?
So that was actually clarified in today's meeting. The DA's office wanted to take over that communications because they do have a victim advocate, which I appreciate, but of course that wasn't what she, took responsibility and accountability for. But we were not communicated with that information. So for us, like I said before, the last time we actually spoke to someone with the sheriff's department was last Tuesday. That was via text message that I initiated, just asking for an update. So that's the biggest thing is, I appreciate that she took accountability for saying, hey, that was actually our doing. But, we have a setup now. And so the hope is that we'll have that open lines of communication.
So you feel like this was
And Attorney Hertz has a comment on that there.
Let me just say that under the law in Mississippi, a victim is entitled within, I think it's 72 hours to get an incident report and to have certain information shared. It's been more than 72 hours, and that's part of the meeting here today to start getting the incident report and all that information that we came here to collect, as well as listen to the district attorney and what she had to say.
Did you get that report?
No, not yet. We are working with them to say there need to be better communications with the clients and so forth. So the big things that we know, there's going to be a grand jury into the death of Nolan Wells, and number two, that we're going to have a mutual inspection of Nolan's cell phone. We just want to make sure everybody else's cell phone is also being downloaded. Thank you.
Really quickly, as far as when are the homegoing services?
Monday at 11
Thank you guys very much.
That is pretty much the press conference. So let's kind of go over a few things before we end here so that everybody understands. So at this point, what they have decided to do is share information. If you guys have been following this story, we know that the cell phone that was with these so-called friends, that it was retrieved because the mother had Life 360 and she was able to track the phones. Now, the mom has not turned that phone over to the police because with her counsel being Crump, they were going to find out what messages and things like that were actually deleted. Now, what both parties have agreed to do is that they both receive the information simultaneously, which means the phone goes to whoever it goes to, but they receive the downloads in real time, which means whenever they download these different things, they're going to send it to both parties, which I understand because I would not trust those, those folks, okay? Because again, we know that this shit has been drawn out for too long. Them folks should have been arrested a long time ago. Now, as it relates to the evidence, has evidence, been deleted or hidden? I'm sure it has, because we are into a week. So it took them some time, which is still bad because when it takes time, we lose information. So basically, one of the other things that came out of the press conference is they said that they're going to continue to collect information and then they're going to let the grand jury decide on charges. Now, let's get into who the grand jury is. So for the people who don't know what grand juries do, a grand jury reviews evidence presented by prosecutors to determine if there is probable cause that a person committed a crime, deciding whether to issue an indictment that formally charges the person. So basically, when looking at a grand jury does not decide guilt or innocence. Its primary focus or functions are to decide characteristics that include determining probable cause, and things like that. The jury, obviously, if they went to a jury trial, it would be evaluated by a jury. Now, let's talk about who makes up a grand jury, because I know some of y'all are probably like, okay, who makes up a grand jury? Okay, a grand jury consists of everyday citizens, generally a panel of 12 to 23 regular everyday citizens who are randomly selected from the local community. Their role is to review evidence presented by a prosecutor and determine if there is enough probable cause to formally charge someone with a crime. Now, let me tell you, some of this I like and some of it I don't. Where is the mug shot? Okay, I want a mug shot. So whoever they present this information to the grand jury, I want their ass arrested and I want a mug shot. We saw the Karmelo Anthony case, how they
You guys, we just want a motherfucking arrest. I don't know if it's grown people that was involved with this ish, but they know this doesn't make any sense. And we as Black folks, especially Black women, we're good or bad and indifferent, we're not going to get shit. You know what I mean? Those are our babies. Ours. At the end of the day, you guys make sure y'all like, repost, follow. My TikTok is lit right now. They pissed off with me right now, but and it's hate people with hate speech in them. I don't care. Do your thing. I'll answer you when I get ready. But y'all, please, let's watch this thing. Let's pray for this family. Let's pray for both families. He's even prayed for this family from Texas. His name is Daniel. He was I think 17, 18-year-old young boy, allegedly fell off into whatever, a lake, pond, whatever it was, allegedly drowned. The friend said that they were scared, so they deleted messages and all type of stuff. They in jail for that. They're not in jail for the actual killing, but they're in jail for the other thing, for messing with, tampering with evidence. However, mother is demanding for them to go to jail. Anybody that does stuff like that is sneaky. Because if my friend fell in there, I'd have been trying to get somebody to help me with my friend. They know you can't swim, majority of y'all. We have to start doing things that's normal and part of our nature. We have to go back to our nature. Not that we're going to live outside, because we ain't going to do that. But we have to start taking care of ourselves. We have to start learning how to feed ourselves. Y'all, they got farmers that you can go spend your money and buy real food from. Farmers, what you call those slop houses? That's actually Black owned. We have to stop going to these grocery stores. We just have to stop going to them. And I'm gonna start posting on my TikTok of Black-owned places and stuff like that just as well. I'm gonna do 10 at a time. I'm gonna try to pick every state and give at least 10 out of every state or whatever. And I plan to like places you go buy meat, fresh meat from, because they're making sure that our meat is healthy. Whatever we're getting, just think about all the millions of people in the world. How in the world we have that much cattle? I don't even see that much cattle hanging around to be able to feed these amount of people. But who am I, right?
Transferred Karmelo Anthony to a prison within days, and then somehow his prison mugshot got to every media outlet. We want these son of a bees to be arrested, and we want to see their mugshot. The same way that y'all disseminated Karmelo Anthony photo. Okay, so great. Okay, the grand jury, again, you took too long. You did take too long. We're not going to quite let you off the hook because you did take too long. But unfortunately, y'all see how justice looks for us. We got to go get attorneys and things like that. Let's call it what it is. And we're still not letting these people off the hook because you should have moved faster. Okay. Now, I've been doing some research on Mississippi, and they country as hell. Okay. I didn't know that they was that country. Now, we'll get into that a little bit. We'll get into that next. But so the grand jury consists of 12 to 23 regular everyday people. Now, unlike a trial, like a jury trial, a grand jury does not decide whether someone is guilty of a crime. They only listen to the prosecution and witnesses in a closed, secret proceeding to decide if a case should move forward. So, when you go to a jury trial, both sides present evidence. Unfortunately, when it's a grand jury, it's only one side. It's the prosecutors and whatever witnesses they have. Again, we're not going to let them off the hook, because if we had not been blowing up social media, if they had not got an attorney, we would not be seeing shit. Okay. We would not have saw anything. So that is what they're saying as it relates to this particular case. Now, somebody was in the chat and said, why would people protest? And I thought that was very interesting, because I said, maybe this person doesn't understand what protest means. Protest does not mean tear up shit. I mean, some people protest that way, but protest is simply a public display saying that you object or you disapprove to something. So just so you know, people should protest. Should they tear up stuff? No, they shouldn't. Protest is not anything that is should be looked at as a bad thing. It's simply you saying that you don't agree. That's how Black people get, that's how we're voting now, because people protested. Protest does not mean that you tore something up. That is not what protest is. Some people may say, I'm protesting because this is what I do, but that is not, it doesn't always, end like that. Okay. Now, some other information that we have received is that the FBI is involved. Now, I'm going to tell y'all this. This is what I learned. So in Mississippi, and I think this is in a lot of states, the sheriff handles the security for judges. If you guys are familiar, if you've been listening to any of my videos, we know that one of these kids' mother, stepmom, is a judge. That could be the reason that the federal government or whatever have stepped in. But listen, y'all, we still got to do what we do because we know who the president is. Okay. So, I don't know. So hopefully this all work out, because let's not just be like, yay, the federal government is in, because we know we got a bunch of idiots in the federal government, unfortunately. But people are saying that the federal government is involved in this case. And if you guys were paying attention to the to this briefing here, there were some people there, but they were like, well, we can't really say what we do. So, this is good news. But again, we're not going to leave it up to them. We're going to continue to do what we do. But again, we want these people to be arrested. We want not only this to be presented to a grand jury, we want their ass in jail. We also want a mug shot. I want to see a mug shot. You know, we want to see the mug shot. Now, some people are saying something about autopsies. They have not told us anything about the autopsies. So really can't give you guys much information. I did do a video earlier where some ladies are saying that they actually know somebody that saw his body, and it didn't look normal. Now, I want you all also to understand, because people keep saying that the parents saw the body. The parents have not saw the body. Okay, I just want y'all to understand, which is very unusual. You see, this is why we're talking about this case. It's unusual. Why have the parents not saw the body? Because they already said that we identified the body based on his medical records. Now, I want y'all to understand that's a red flag, because generally, you know, if a relative of yours or somebody you know passed away, there is always somebody to identify the body, and they want you to identify the body. But because something was going on with the facial recognition here, they needed to use dental records, okay? Have they released that part? No, but we do have common sense. I know I have common sense. You know, they just don't go and look at dental records unless they cannot recognize you by your, you know, your facial features. Now, I didn't get a chance to start off like I normally do because the press conference was actually starting. So if you guys want to support the channel, there are a few ways you can support. My preferred method is Cash App. I will put this in the chat, and it is still the same, @Lakeisha. Keisha, another way you support the channel is by watching the video as you guys are watching. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up. If you have not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and do so. If you want to be notified when other videos are uploaded or if I go live, you would need to hit the notification button. So now that we have that out of the way, I didn't get it. Like I said, I didn't start that right away because the news briefing was going on. So I wanted to kind of jump in there. Again, if you guys have a question that you really want me to read, please super chat it, because there's so many questions in here and I just pick them randomly. And also shout out to my mods in the chat. I see y'all here. Thank you so much. Let's see what you guys are saying. Here's one. That could be fake. He could still be. You said that could be fake. He could still be alive getting tortured or home chilling. Okay, let's see here. What are you guys saying in the chat? Does them taking something to a grand jury mean suspicious death? Good question. Thank you for your super chat. So the grand jury is normal. How can I say it? It's the normal course of business. So generally you see people and they've been charged with a crime. It has already went through the grand jury. Okay. So in this case, they're just announcing what is going to happen. Generally, when you see people charged, it's already went through a grand jury. So this is nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing to me is out of the ordinary is the way that they're moving. And I still believe that they're moving slow, but I want y'all to understand something else. I'm not giving these people a pass. I'm not accepting anything that they are doing, because I feel like Black people and brown people should be treated like any other person. I feel like if this person was any other color, it would be a different situation. But I want y'all to understand this. Now, I just learned this and it made me wonder, like, why does anybody, especially anybody Black or brown, live in the state of Mississippi? But I don't know, because I actually got relatives down there. Did you all know in Mississippi, now I did know this, guys, that Mississippi have a bunch of uneducated folks there. Let's just call it what it is. I mean, that's true. This is true, because I know a few people that moved to Mississippi because they were able to go to Mississippi because they were college educated and got a fat salary. Now, I don't give a damn what they paying in Mississippi. I can't live there, okay? I need a good quality of life outside of my house when I walk. You know, I need to at least think that the people ain't crazy. Did y'all know in the state of Mississippi, you can be a medical examiner as long as you're 21 years of age and have a high school diploma? Did y'all know that? Now that is too much for me. So this means when you die, somebody at least 21 years of age with only a high school diploma is all over your body making decisions saying what you died from. Yeah, that's a problem right there. So we know right away that them folks is uneducated, highly uneducated. Yeah, what exactly? You heard me. I got go and Google. It's on Google. Okay. I saw a lady doing an interview and she was saying that they were trying to get that law changed and that nobody wanted it changed. So we know that there's a bunch of uneducated ass people in Mississippi. I'm just calling it. I mean, I knew that there were some shit like that because I know some highly educated people that moved there and got a fat salary. But baby, when you can be a medical examiner with a high school diploma, Mississippi is just not the place you want to die in. I said, what the hell? Me leaving high school at whatever age, 18, 19 years old, and then being a medical examiner at 21, I don't know what I'm doing. How is this even possible? So when I saw that, I said, oh, okay, it makes sense. These people are just stupid. If you guys recall, the sheriff came out and basically I think his name is Ledbetter. He basically said, listen, we're not going to rush the investigation. So when I thought about it, I said, this guy doesn't even know how to talk to the public. But then they said he actually won because he had no opponent. So, you know, Mississippi, they're kind of, very much behind time. So yeah, in order to be a medical examiner in Mississippi, you need to be 21 years of age and a high school graduate or equivalent. Equivalent mean you could have gotten what does they call it? A HSED. I think it's a high school equivalency diploma. So technically, you don't even have to have a high school diploma. You could have dropped out and went to some fly-by-night program and got your high school diploma. This is a mess. This is some straight bullshiggity, okay? GED. Exactly. GED. So, we know that those folks over there is kind of ignorant. Okay. I'm just calling it what it is. I think there are some, studies out there that say that Mississippi, let me see if I can find something. I'm pretty sure those people in Mississippi is pretty stupid. I'm just saying. Let me see. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they couldn't pay me to live in Mississippi. I wouldn't care if they had a mansion. I'm not living there. Keep it. Okay, so I just looked it up. It said in Mississippi, it says about 22 to 23% have a bachelor's degree or higher. About 9 to 10% have a graduate or professional degree. So I don't know how that compares to other states, but I mean, just going by them saying that, damn, you can have a high school diploma and, be part of the medical examining team is crazy to me. She said, my family is from Mississippi. Yeah, you can live good in Mississippi, but I wouldn't care. I couldn't live there. You could live. Mississippi is very inexpensive. Very inexpensive. I know somebody who lived there in what she pays for an apartment. in Georgia, you would pay 3 times as much. So, I mean, the cost of living is cheap, but I don't care. I wouldn't be able to live in a state like that. So those are pretty much the takeaways from this particular press conference and everything. It looks like the FBI is involved, and we still don't know anything because they haven't released anything. You know, it seems like as it relates to their investigation, that to me, they need to go a little bit faster. I'm just saying, like, seriously, somebody says slow for real. Yeah, I'm just saying, I think they need to go just a little bit faster. I feel like this is a slow walk, very slow walk. I feel like at this point, but again, they're a little bit slow in Mississippi, honey. They slow, the people are slow. So I don't know, but hopefully, this brings about something as it relates to their phones. We're going to see how this works out. If one of these jokers, decide they don't want to be here no more, we understand why. But somebody said I'm a white girl, and I guess I did it. Please, Memphis and Tennessee is the same. Yeah, Tennessee. Actually, I know somebody that live, in Memphis. Yeah, and it's very cheap there. But we're talking about Tennessee. We're talking about Mississippi. So, only because this is, this happened to Nolan Wells in the state of Mississippi. You can't speed up an investigation. That's when you make mistakes. The kids round. It's plain and simple. How does somebody drown that can swim? Are you dumb? Yeah, why am I even asking? Of course you are. Let me get you up out of here. One thing I get irritated by is dumbass people that just say anything. Let me get you up out of here. I just can't stand stupid. It irritates my soul. Get up out of here. Let me get your ass up out of here. Let me get you on up out of here. Where you at? Let me get your ass up out of here. Bye, you're banned. Okay. I can't deal with it. Okay. Thank you very much. You can watch, but you can't comment. When you that dumb, you got to go. How in the hell somebody drowned that can swim, you big idiot? If you racist, just say you're racist, okay? I would appreciate you. I wouldn't really have a problem with you if you were racist, because I don't care. People can do what they want to do. I don't look for love outside of my house. I don't care what you are, but don't come in here with your bullshit. Your mammy gonna drown. How about that? Okay, now back to our regular program where we were having a good day before some crazy came in. Hi there, Lakeisha. They said the reason the FBI may have gotten involved was because about 90% of the island is federal land. Oh, okay. You know what? I did hear something. I did hear that because of the place that it happened, that multiple agencies can be involved. But why wasn't they? I'm glad that they have finally moved in on this. And thanks for the super chat. I did hear that. I did hear that. Exactly. They love spreading lies when it comes to Black people. That's why I hurry up and get them out of here. I have said this before. This channel is not for everybody. And I'm not thirsty for people to be here. I will kick you out in a heartbreak. Okay. Goodbye. Okay. Yes, they love spreading lies on Black people. It's weird. It's weird. I just don't understand why they're here. I don't understand why they are here. They always, it's kind of like an obsession that they got with us. They want to be like us. You lay out in the sun with your stanky dog self, trying to be brown. You want to be like us. You go do your eyebrows. You want our skin. You want everything, but you really don't like us. Go somewhere and leave those children alone. That's what I wish for you and your ancestors. Leave the kids alone. You are some of them are horrible individuals. Now, it's some good, white folks out here. It is. Now, I believe I know some good ones. but you don't know, until people show you they are, you think you know them. But I believe that there are some good white people, just like, it's good black people and there's some shit black people too. It ain't just black or white. But at the end of the day, the people that I tend to not like are the ones that say, oh, racism don't exist. If you say that off the back, I don't like you. Okay. You are not black. Stop trying to make like you understand what it is to be black. That's like me saying, I know what it's like to be white. I may think I know, but until I hear from another person's perspective, and then everybody gonna have a different perspective. Stop trying to make it seem like we make it all about race. We ain't make shit all about race. We ain't make nothing about race. Do you think we want to be treated horribly? Do you really think that? Like, come on now, you got to be crazy. Do you think we don't want to be treated like everybody else? You're slow. You are very slow. People be, the black community is spreading lies. Shut up. You get up out of here. You're mammy. Go find a community that like you. Again, another person. Come in our community complaining. We don't care what you think. The only person spreading lies are people that look dirty like you, okay? We have brains. We are intelligent people, okay? That's why everything that we invented, you stole it, okay? We don't need to spread lies. We can come up with different things that we think may have happened, but think about this. We wouldn't need to if y'all stop telling lies, okay? You are the people that lie. You're always the victim of situations that you created. Think about the judge. Instead of her keeping it sweet, my condolences and my heart goes out to the Nolan Wells Wansley family. She gets into her victim shit. Oh, my kids. I feel sorry for my kids. In each interview that they give, they keep talking about threats. Listen, every now and then people send me crazy stuff. Do you ever really see me get on here saying it? Because I don't give a F-U-C-K. They're always victims. They're always victims. You should know that some of these goofies online, they're not going to do anything to you. They just, it's just easy to send somebody a message. But you get your white tail on this good internet complaining when a mother has to bury her son. No, I don't like people like that. Keep your stuff to yourself. You have parents that has to bury their son, but you on here complaining about children that you can wake up to each and every morning. No, I don't like you. I don't like you. So you want to bring that, and instead of talking about the facts of the case, you want to talk about threats? Call the police. I mean, if you feel threatened, call the po-po-ho. No. You people are terrible individuals. You are always a victim. Just like your President Trump. He went out there and got all them felonies and keep lying, talking about the people lied on him. Sir, you had a jury. Those folks found you guilty. Never takes accountability. It's a pattern with those kind of people. Not all of them, but those type of folks. Some of them, black folks, do it too. Sometimes don't take no accountability. No accountability. It's always about them. Always. When I saw that judge get on social media and put these posts up about her family, I had disdain for her from the very beginning, because what I saw was a Karen. I saw a Karen to come on this good internet and start telling us about her children that she can see every single day, but then wants to tell us about how she's receiving messages or threats when this lady is a whole judge. But let's talk about this, because we're here because these folks deleted messages.
Hey, you guys, thank you for viewing and listening. This was 11 hours. This is 2 days ago. I don't know which one. I think we looked at this notice in the dark. Then there are multiple votes. We looked at that one. We looked at that one. Okay, let's listen and see what's going on with Karmelo Anthony. I guess she did this 5 days ago. Let's see what they got going on with that. All right.
Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Like Keisha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Stretch words like
and police departments and things like that. He's not a criminal lawyer. So, sometimes I hear people saying, oh, Ben Crump is always, on these cases and nobody is ever charged. Ben Crump is not a criminal attorney. He basically is a civil rights lawyer. I just want to let you guys know, because I always hear that. And Ben Crump he's a civil lawyer. So he doesn't do anything in terms of criminal cases, just so you guys know. His goal is to go after whoever is responsible by way of, I'm going to sue you. That is what he does. He's not a criminal lawyer. He doesn't prosecute people for wrongdoing. And I think people get that confused. And let me just tell y'all how I feel about Ben Crump. Ben Crump has created a niche for himself, okay? Because there is always going to be Black people that's going to be treated like shit, okay? Let's just call it what it is. So you can't fault Ben Crump for creating a niche and basically doing whatever he needs to do to, to keep everything coming in. Y'all have to understand, Ben Crump is not the one that's out here creating these crimes. He is the only person generally that these families can go to. Like, think about the Karmelo Anthony family and all that they have been through. Who really did they have? I mean, really, if you guys think about it. So I don't appreciate people that be coming for Ben Crump. It's like, it sounds dumb. Like, he is doing what he does. I mean, he goes after the people and sue them. That's pretty much all that he can do. So I don't understand, some of these people disdain for Ben Crump. I mean, he's doing exactly, what he's supposed to do. What I would like to do right now is, like I said, I don't know if you guys have watched these different press conferences that, the family has had. But I want to get into that because I want to start up by talking about this. And let me just throw some things out too, guys, because I know when I originally started talking about the Nolan Well story, I had some information wrong. So let's just call that out. What we originally thought is that these boys who were, and you remember it was 3 of them. Let me put them on the screen. Let me put these 3 boys on the screen. Okay. Remember those 3 boys? We said that they had returned the phone. I want to let y'all know they didn't return nothing. So this is even more suspicious. I feel like, now none of this has been confirmed. I feel like they had something to do with this boy's death, because I originally thought that these boys had returned this Nolan's phone. And guess what I found out by watching a press conference, guys? Yeah, they didn't return the phone. So as I was thinking about it, I was talking to my son about this. And I said, so you would just give somebody your phone and just be like, okay, I'm going to stay back. He was like, no, I'm just asking, because I'm just like, what? This doesn't make any sense. So I want you guys to understand. They never returned the phone to Nolan's parents. Nolan's parents, and this made me think, we always share our location, but I'm getting ready to get that same app, that Life 360, okay? Mom and Pop had this Mom 360 app. She tracked the phone, okay? So because she tracked the phone, it tells her where the damn phone is. She sent somebody to get the phone. I want you guys to understand, the person that went to get the phone had a hard time, Okay. So why does mom need to track the phone? That don't make sense. Why does the mother need to track the phone? Do you know what they were saying because those boys had the phone? When the mother was on there talking about Nolan is missing, do you know what some of the friends were saying? Oh no, he's home because we can see his location. No, he's not missing. I know that kids share their location because mine do it. And I'd be like, who does that? But they do share their locations with their friends. Well, get into this. The friends didn't even believe originally that Nolan was missing, some of the friends, because these jackass boys that I have on the screen had his phone and they were able to see the location. They were like, no, he's not missing. So once I guess the mother figured out, that after everything that was going through, they realized, okay, let's find out where the phone is. Send somebody to get the phone. They had a very difficult time getting the phone. Okay. I want y'all to get into this too. And y'all can let me know if this is true in the chat. This is just what I know or what I think I know. Now, I thought you can only track the phone if it's turned on. Is that right or wrong? Does the phone physically have to be on? Because I thought if the phone is turned off, because I've had situations where I'm talking to my kids and the battery died. And then I'd be like, boy, is you crazy? And then they call me from somebody else's phone because I can't see the location no more. So if that is true, that the phone needs to be on for you to see the location, it tells us one thing. What the hell they were doing with that boy's phone and why they were on it like that. What are they trying to hide? Ben Crump also states that what we were hearing in the background, if you guys recall this, I'm going to put this on the screen. You guys recall that floated around social media? Now, allegedly, Ben Crump is saying, now I don't know what information he has. They're doing their own investigation. Keep in mind, Ben Crump's investigation is solely to sue the hell out of them. Ben Crump is not a criminal lawyer. All he can do is get evidence and use it to sue them. He can't get evidence and give it to them and say, this is what we found. Criminal, as far as it relates to like the police, they have to do their own investigation. They can't take information from somebody else. I just want you guys to know. So I guess whatever information Ben Crump has, he's saying that what he know is that Nolan was asking for his phone. Okay, thank you for in the comment. You said Nolan's mom said that was Nolan's voice. Well, if the mama said it, then it was, okay? So they're saying that it was some kind of discrepancy as it relates to his phone, okay? Which kind of lines up with they ass keeping the phone and not telling his mother that they had the phone. So something is going on with the phone. We don't know the full details, but we know that they tried to steal that boy's phone, okay? Now, I'm going to play the videos, but I want to kind of give you guys an overview. Now, it gets a little bit more creepier, okay? Now, dad went to get his son's car, okay? They go to get Nolan's car, and one of the kids named Jax. I was trying to look for their social media, but every once in a while I clean my computer and I think I deleted it. So I have to go back and find it. But anywho, one of those boys, I'm going to put him back on the screen. Name is Jax. Now, dad goes to get his son's car. Okay. So get there to get the car. And the boy, he doesn't have the key. He don't have the key. So, at some point, dad steps out and, they go outside. They don't really leave. They go outside. Whoever is with dad is like, wait a minute. I just talked to such and such on the phone, and they said that the key is on his Xbox. Let me tell y'all something. The people in my house play that damn Xbox. There is no way that you can touch the Xbox, move it, do anything to that damn Xbox, and they don't know about it. So this person says, no, the keys they're on his Xbox. So now the father come back in, or I'm sorry, if it wasn't the father, it was somebody with the father, and say, The keys are on your Xbox. And then now he goes in there and get the keys. They did something to him. I don't know what they did to him. I feel like Nolan passed away way sooner than what they are saying. That's just my take on this. I've been trying to find it. There is a I think it's a TikTok where one of these girls, I don't know who the girl is, don't get me to lying, but she was on TikTok and she said that she heard, now this is alleged because I don't know if they've reached out to Ben Crump or if this is reliable information, but somebody allegedly that either knows where these boys live, something to that nature. Don't get me to lie because I don't remember word for word what she said. But she said that somebody was in their area at night around that time and that they was cleaning the damn boat out in the middle of the night. Now, that is what I heard on TikTok. We don't know who these folks is. I don't know if it's true. But let's get into this interview.
Do a thorough investigation, but also, again, the reason why, we have asked for additional, things with our legal team. Transparency is important. Since we started this, that is all we asked for. And it's just a lot of things with this case that's going on that's not clear. I know locally it's being pushed that, oh, it's likely a drowning. Well, you have all these other things that have kind of happened in between, and it makes you wonder, could there be anything else? And again, like I've stated this time and time again, I would expect any parent or person to want to use any resources available to them to find their loved one. This was our baby boy, I birthed him. So I would not be able to sleep at night. I mean, I can't right now, definitely we can't, but I definitely would not be able to, knowing that I didn't do everything as his mother to ensure that I knew what happened to him. And that's all we're asking for, is we're asking for answers.
Elmore, speaking of parents, a mother of one of Nolan's friends who was with him that day released a statement. Let me read part of it. No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. I know that there are parts of that narrative you say just don't add up.
Guys, too, let me just throw that out there. I missed a few things. The mom will go on to say, and I know how these kids is. I got them in my house, especially my daughter. Always the Snapchat, all of this stuff that they do. Oh, it's just way too much. The mother said he was an avid Snapchat user. She said it'd be times where she getting ready to go to bed and Nolan come in her room like, Mom, can you take this picture for me? So I get it. She's right. My kids know I don't got time. So they'll come and get all of my stuff where they can prop their phone and be like, can I use this? Can I get, they're constantly doing those things. So get into this, guys. Nolan's mom was able to get his phone within the 24-hour time period. I'm going to say 24-hour time period because, the Snapchats disappear. Guess what she said when she got his phone, guys? It wasn't nothing in there. So you're telling me Nolan went on vacation and didn't take not one Snapchat? They had to delete it. They went and deleted everything. The mother said that is very suspicious because she know her son and she knows that he would have taken pictures.
What do you make of the explanation that it was because of a pump malfunction that they left?
From a parent's point of view, from my point of view, if I was in that situation, Nolan would have got on the boat. I would have not left him there. If you come with me, you're going to leave with me. Because if anything happens to you and I was the one that brought you there, then I would be the one to have to answer to your parents. So I'm not going to leave anyone's child anywhere if I took them somewhere. Now, if they make the decision to go back after I bring them home, then that's a decision that child made then. But as far as me taking you there, you will come back with me. And if you put up any kind of struggle, give me a phone, let me call your parents so they can make you come. But I will not leave anyone else's child on an island. I will not leave anyone else's child stranded. So that, to me, that's not, you can give all the excuses you want, but you do not leave someone else's child anywhere if they're in your care.
And Christine, again, to Elmore's point of having to answer to their parents, what have, if anything, these friends or their parents said to you about what happened?
So, of course, the children have expressed their condolences, and, Nolan was my best friend. That's what I keep hearing. Nolan was my best friend, but the way Nolan was, he would have made sure, right? And with any of his friends across the board, whether you're black, white, pink, purple, Nolan would have made sure, hey man, let's go. Like, hey man, come on, let's, we're done for the day type of deal. And once again, like I've said before, Nolan just had such a big heart. That was a concern we always had, is that his heart was just too big. Because sometimes, and we would tell him, that type of love that you give to others is not always reciprocated. But the parents, again, they've offered, and I need to correct myself because I think yesterday in one of the interviews, I think I said that maybe none of them, I want to say 2 or 3 of them have reached out. Just the first one expressing her condolences, another one just saying, hey, give me a call if and when you're ready type of deal. And then another one just, sorry for your loss, but hey, we need to talk type of thing. And
sorry for your loss, but hey, we need to talk. See, this is the thing. See, God is still working on me, because I would have showed up to talk and it would have been ugly. Okay. Sorry for your loss, but we need to talk. Girl, listen, you don't want to talk to me. You don't.
You know what? It hasn't, are we at a week? My brain is mush. We're all over the place emotionally. This has been a difficult situation. I cannot express how hard this has been on not just us as parents, but also his siblings. They are struggling too, with the fact that they do not have their brother. We can do it.
And that kind of breaks my heart to hear that. I'm going to address a little bit of y'all comments. White people on the Gulf Coast say Nolan was a victim of a KKK initiation. Some white folks on the Gulf Coast hate Black people. They stick together even to protect lives and Nolan. This is what I learned, honey. And it took me this long to know this. These people will hate you, honey, and smile in your face and be nice to you. Okay. It's a different kind of hate. Don't ask me what kind, but it's definitely a different kind. It is a different kind. Funny, all the guys immediately lawyered up. Exactly. Who trusts that? You lawyered up. You got you. Come on now. I thought you loved Nolan. Yeah. Don't care what nobody say. Warren's stepmom, the judge, helped them with their son. Oh, okay. I'm glad you said that. I'm going to reread yours because I'm going to save yours for last. Okay. They killed him on that boat, brought him back to the shore, and the parents, whose mom is the judge, took him back to the island. Yes. That part. They scrubbed down that boat and got good attorneys. Yes. You know why? Because we're going to watch another interview. The parents went to the island, y'all. Do y'all know what they found out when they went to the island? That there were 2 separate, I don't remember if they say it was separate people or separate families that had stayed overnight right there on the island. They would have saw Nolan there if he was there. I believe, and this is me saying it, I believe Nolan died on the boat much earlier than what they're saying. I believe they kept his body on that boat and came back when it was maybe dark and nobody was there and just put them out there and laid them out. Now, the parents are going to get into it. Let me just tell y'all something about mothers, because I'm not a man, okay? We have intuition and we know when some stuff is off. The mother, why do she feel like this is wrong? And we feel like it's wrong, and we're not even Nolan's mother. We feel like this is wrong. Yes, there was a parent on the boat with the boy. So get into this as a parent. And that's interesting that the dad said that. If I go somewhere and I take my kids' friends, I have rules. When they come with me, I have rules, because what I say is, you're with me. I got to take you back, okay? So these are my rules, okay? Because you're with me. When you with me, it's different, because I'm taking everybody back to their parents, okay? Everybody going back with their parents. So whatever you think you're going to do, you have to do it when you ain't with me, okay? That's how that rolls. So think about it. It was parents on the boat. What really happened? Now, I wanted to read this comment last, because I read it, I want to read it again. You said, don't care what nobody says. Warren's stepmom, the judge, helped them. Exactly. So we're going to skip around a little bit, because Warren's stepmother has been running her mouth, like making statement after statement, okay? And let me see if this is this the first one? Okay. This was the first statement that she made, and it's just suspect. Let's get into it. This was the very first statement she made. Keep in mind, she made this on the 7th, a couple of days after Warren was found. Let's get into it. Our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers are with Nolan's family. Our son, Warren loved Nolan dearly. Unfortunately, I feel that it is appropriate for our family to dispel some rumors with facts based upon the social media attention that is being diverted away from the Wells family and their loss. I guess this is it gives guilty vibes. It really does. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now. Well, you think somebody lost their life, and we're tired of, we tired of seeing Black boys, Black people unalive, especially at the hands of you people. Yes, we don't care. So she says, yes, I deactivated my Facebook given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now. I fear for the safety of my children. You see what I'm saying? Of my child and children. This ain't nothing but a Karen. Makes every single thing about them. This parent has lost their son, but the only thing you can do, Karen, is become a damn Karen. So now she flips it on her. Well, I believe Nolan's mother would much rather fear for the safety of her son than have to bury her son. So this is what this lady posts. My husband and I have 6 children, and we covet their privacy. We do not believe it is appropriate for our minor children's photographs to be circulated throughout the internet, presenting potential threats to their safety. Is she serious right now? A mother has to bury her son, and you're talking about your live kids that you feel we as parents always are scared for our kids' safety. But the fact that, the world feels like you are covering and helping your son covering up something that happened to an innocent, sweet child, we don't care about you. It's not our problem. It's not our problem. But do y'all see how she takes everything and she now becomes the victim? But get into this next part. And this is, when I read this, I said, ooh, this is deep. She says, I graduated high school with Christine Wells Wansley. So she's been knowing Christine. I mean, I'm not saying that they were friends, but you graduated high school with her. Get into this part. We are from the same community. She says we are from the same community. So to make it seem like it's no separate community in Black and white, when, girl, you are a joke. You may be of the same community, but you're not of the same community. I have the utmost respect for her and all the Wells family. We mourn the loss of Nolan. With them, our prayers have been and will continue to be with them. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on 4th of July. No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on the 4th of July. You see how everybody knows it was 3 p.m. on the 4th of July? This is how you know they're lying. Because, baby, I can't remember what I did yesterday. I'd have been like around 3-ish or something like that. You see how they keep saying around 3 p.m. on the 4th of July. But get into this. They left at around 4:30. So you saw them at 3 p.m. and at 4:30, you wasn't wondering what was going on. Yeah, this sounds like a bunch of shit. They left around 4:30 when the boat was taking on water. And they had an issue with the bulge, the pump or something. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Why in the hell would Nolan decide to stay on the island and give yo stealing ass son his phone? That makes no sense. The whole story that Nolan was going to stay on the island, y'all don't make no sense. Simply because nobody is leaving without their phone. It's giving, I gotta put this on there. It's definitely giving mega guilt cult vibes. She is consistently speaking out and trying to overshadow a tragic situation. Exactly. You said exactly what I wanted to say. Exactly. She feels guilty. She's like, well, Nolan made the decision that he would return later with friends. So why are they saying that they hear Nolan saying, give me my phone back? Did this start all because he needed his phone? Give me a second. All right. So then she says, yes, I'm a judge. Well, they've been saying you was a judge. I also value transparency. I apologize if anyone was offended that I deleted my social media. There was nothing nefarious, no nefarious motivations in deleting my social media. Social media has a lot of positives, but a whole lot of negatives. What social media got is people like me who do this full time and will investigate your ass. That's what social media got. Let's tell the truth about what social media got. Yes, it has its negative, but the point that your son and the rest of them YT boys have not been brought into custody is what you're calling negative. Y'all see how they care about Black people when they lose their life? She doesn't think that there's nothing, this is all negative. The negativity is that they should be sitting in jail. The negativity is that they should have went to their house with a search warrant. The negativity is they should have been took their phone. None of this happens simply because they are white folks. This is why Ben Crump does what he does. He's not a criminal defense lawyer, but the only thing he can do on his part is sue. That's what he does. We live in a world of clickbaiting, sad but true. You see how the Karen becomes the victim and somebody else's family is suffering? This is why a lot of these folks I don't like, and I don't hide it, because deep down inside, they don't really like us. They don't. So I'm the type of person, I don't wait for you to like me to like you. I just don't like you first, okay? I don't like her either. She said, my family is hopeful that this information will help to redirect the attention to the Wells family, their grief, and their need for our community support. Girl, sit down. Now, this was the first message that old Ashley put out there, okay? Because the internet was eating her ass up and she couldn't take it anymore. So then not that one. I'm on the right a minute. Okay, so now then she comes back with this one. This one right here, I had the wrong one. Okay, so they eating her up again to, still right now. So she comes back and says, we have decided, oh, wait a minute. Let me just check something out. Okay, so 2 days, she put this one up, then 2 days on the 9th, she puts this one up. We have decided that we will not be speaking to the press at this time. The media is not the appropriate forum to further elaborate on the facts of July 4th, 2026. We realize that the truth will not stop the cause for the unaliving of our children. You see this, Karen? We have not had the opportunity to speak to the Wells Wansley family or their attorney. What do you mean, lady? This is the same lady that said that she went to high school with Christine. So what do you mean you haven't had the opportunity? Wouldn't it be, as a mother, you have went to high school with this lady, you know that she's lost her son. The opportunity is me getting my tail in the car, going over there to console this mother. For one, because her son was with my son. So the fact that you haven't done that, ma'am, it makes us think that you're guilty. And that's why they tearing your ass up on social media. That's why they tearing you up. However, we are willing to directly communicate with attorney Ben Crump and the Wells Wansley family. Why does she need to write this on social media? Lady, if you were any type of sincere individual, you would have been done this. You would have been done this. But of course you couldn't, because allegedly it seems like y'all was covering up evidence. That's what it seems like to me. That's what it seems like to everybody. And this is why they've been tearing your ass up, Ashley, in the comments. Ashley, somebody, I don't know if anybody, we got any lawyers in the chat, but somebody said that by her being a judge, she was not even supposed to comment on this. I feel like they did something to Nolan. I feel like they did something to Nolan. That's what I feel. And I guess I'm not the only one that feels it. We will provide them with all the information known to us so their family can rest and properly mourn. Girl, whatever you have to say, Ashley, nobody wants to hear it, ho, because today is the 11th. And this has been like 5 days ago. Hold on, nobody cares about what you have to say at this point, because what you're doing now is performative. Like, you're performing. You are playing in them folks' faces. And Christine is a nice, good, nice woman. Unlike me, because I would have dog walked you. That's what I would have did. Play with me and I would have dog walked you, okay? Because you're out of line. You are out of line with these lies, okay? Yeah. We also want to know what happened to Nolan. Ask your damn sons, or better yet, ask you what happened to Nolan. And then the nerve of this lady to sit on here and act like she care about Nolan. See, some of us need to be a little bit more like Christine, Nolan's mother, because she seems like a nice lady. Me, I'm going straight to jail. Do not pass go. I'm going to dog walk you, okay? Don't play with me. I have no sense at all, okay? We will do everything within our power to assist Nolan's family in their quest for answers. Where the folks in the street at to go take care of her? Because she played too much. Really, lady? Really? This is why Christine don't want to talk to you. You're full of shit. Nobody wants to hear your after the effect conversation. You had enough time to say what happened, but what you did is y'all cleaned up everything, and now you want to circle and come with this bullshit that don't nobody want to hear. Nobody wants to hear it. Now, what I want to do is get into this right here, because as you guys probably know, the family did do a press conference. I'm going to actually speed it up a bit, because what I want you guys to hear is what the mom had to say. I want you guys to specifically hear what the mother said, which I found to be very interesting, and it was directly different from what we thought. For instance, when we said that, oh, they turned in his cell phone. Yeah, that was a lie. They never turned in his cell phone. So I mean, let's just think about it like this, okay? Let's just think about the ridiculous shit that they said. Oh, he left. He wanted to stay behind. He wanted to stay behind. He gave you his phone. And then after you having his phone, you realize that, you know, he never showed up and you still never returned his phone. His family had to go looking for it. Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. From the transparent truth telling patriotic American citizens involved, be a civic leader and submit to a polygraph test for the nation to see. Yeah, that would be nice. Thank you for your super chat. But I want to get into this. Like I said, I'm going to kind of fast forward it because I want to hear what Chris.
Immediately.
I'm going to.
The worst news.
I want to listen to what Christine has to say because she tells.
Hello, you guys. Thank y'all for listening. We done listened to enough Keisha. What I'm finna do
guys,
right
we
now,
wanna
I'm finna
get
see
deeper into
exactly
the Nolan
else
Wells-
they got going on or whatnot. And let's see what the governor has to say. Okay, 2 hours, Don Lemon, you guys. Come on, Lemon.
At the end of the investigation, the district attorney could say, now that I have seen everything, because the autopsies are not in yet, the cell phone records have not been reviewed by both of them yet, she could say, I want to go a little further in this investigation and then take it to the grand jury, depending on what the leads are.
Mm-hmm. Just real quickly,
Wait a
before
minute, let
we
me
get
go
to
back because
Ashley,
I got to see what
you're
the hell
right
she's
about
talking
that,
about.
especially those who have been
All right, let's
at
go to
moment,
the
and then we
beginning.
have some experts to help us through this.
The thing I assume some of you may.
Yesterday, Dawn, between Attorney Crump and the Wansley family, the parents of Nolan Wells, the other attorneys, and the district attorney, was that once this investigation by Sheriff Ledbetter and his team, once that is over, all of the information that is collected will be turned over, will be submitted to the grand jury. Now, some people assume that when a prosecutor says something is going to be turned over to a grand jury, that it means there's already been a decision, that there are particular suspects in mind, that somebody is going to be charged, that they are going to be aiming for someone to be charged. But the district attorney in this case said that that in fact is not now the case, that they do not.
My question is to you, sir. What you saying, exploiting an opportunity, like if no one won't kill somebody, right? Or be in a facility or doing weird stuff. Hold on a second. Do weird stuff, right? To make us assume that they did stuff. We wouldn't be in this place, sweetheart. That's just that. But thank you for giving me the like. I think you guys, there's 60 of you guys in there. Please like the live, share the live just as well if you don't mind. You know what I mean? Just please do those things for me if you don't mind. I'm growing my channel. This is my third time on, well, I think third or fourth time on or whatnot. So I'm just letting, you know, Miss Mac V or whatever it is, you know, it's he's exploiting an opportunity. Okay, you weren't talking to me. Okay, I'm sorry. But you guys, we have to, you know, like get to, like we don't have to get together. We got to stop the word. We got to get together. We have to do our thinking and making sure that we are collectively sharing things to what we do for our kids. Because this is what I do. If my child is somewhere, right, because he has a diverse group of friends, and he has to do it also for people that look like him. My son will send me his location. That's an indication something's going on. You get what I'm saying? And that's letting me know something's happening. He will push the call so I can hear, and I will record. You know what I mean? So we have a system that we do that, regardless of whatever, like we just do that. You know what I mean? Like if I'm going out doing, you know, my roadside assistant business, I immediately send whatever. He'll say, "You okay? Yeah, I'm finna go out. If I don't answer you after this, that means, you know, something's going on." You know what I mean? You know how long it takes me to do X, Y, Z. Give me a call or whatever it is. If I don't answer, that means whatever. So I do, you know, we just have a system or whatnot. So we have to start making a system. Our children got to stop being so scared that they can't tell us, even when they make a mistake, even when, it might be their last day or their last breath. And just to say, nothing might not have, I ain't gonna lie, I can't say nothing didn't happen, because this is the most bizarre thing that I ever seen. A bunch of group of people that's on the island, but don't see this one person get on a boat. And matter of fact, what boat was he supposed to get on? Where's those people? Let's talk about it, you guys.
Not at this point suspect yet that there has been criminal activity, that the investigation is unfolding, and that it is going to, all of the information is going to be submitted to a grand jury. Here's my thought on this, Don. We were talking a lot day before yesterday about public pressure in this case, and about what changes in a case like this when you have renowned civil rights attorney involved, when you have independent autopsy and things like that involved. It strikes me that this prosecutor may just be trying to get it out of her hands. Like, she's not prepared to make the call on her own and say if she's prepared to say that there is no criminality or that no one should be charged, that she doesn't want to take the hit for that and be blamed for that and her office itself. So they're pushing all of the information to a grand jury, but maybe getting to the same conclusion. Because, as I say to you all the time, you can go to the grand jury and indict a ham sandwich. I mean, we have friends right here on this damn panel who have been indicted in this calendar year where there was no freaking crime whatsoever. So prosecutors, when they want to get an indictment, can. But in Mississippi, they go to the grand jury whether they're looking for an indictment or not. The grand jury could say, we believe there's enough evidence for charges, and here's who's going to be charged. The grand jury could say, we do not see enough evidence of probable cause for criminality, therefore there shall be no charges. Or at the end of the investigation, the district attorney could say, now that I have seen everything, because the autopsies are not in yet, the cell phone records have not been reviewed by both of them yet, she could say, I want to go a little further in this investigation and then take it to the grand jury, depending on what the leads are.
Just real quickly before we get to Ashley, you're right about that, especially those who have been indicted by a grand jury right here on this panel. So, but the issue is that the grand jury process is so secretive, so you don't know what the investigators are saying or what the prosecutors are actually saying to the grand jury, or what evidence or information they've introduced or given to the grand jury.
Saying or not saying. And so that's why, sometimes granted, I'm suspicious and cynical. I've been in this game for way too long to not be both of those. But what can happen if a district attorney doesn't want to take the heat is they can fall back on process and say, okay, we've got everything that this investigation has yielded. I'm turning it all over to this grand jury for them to do with what they will, and then present those findings. And that's going to be an up or a down. That's not going to be a grand jury being specific about the why of any of it. They could just decline. So I know people looked at it and saw it as a positive. I am not sure, without more facts, whether it is a positive or not that this is being turned over to the grand jury.
Now, let me get this straight, in case Monique, which I doubt, has not been clear enough for you. She is not about jumping to conclusions, nor is she about distracting the investigators from their role for updating the media, and nor is she about misinformation. She is about facts, in case you didn't realize that. I'm being sarcastic here. Ashley, please weigh in, because you have been watching this. This is a story that has really captured the attention of the nation. But before it captured the attention of the nation, it captured the attention of Black folks. And I was sitting next to a guy at a book party this past weekend who happened to be white. And he said, you know what, this story is really going to capture the nation's attention. And I looked at him and I was like, where have you been? So, however, having said that, what has been your observation watching this?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. It's not just captured the minds, but it's captured the hearts of Black America. Nolan's mom posted today on her page, her Instagram page, for the first time in some time. And she basically said that the pain is insurmountable. And it's the same pain that we are all feeling. In fact, Monique and I just talked about this morning, how hard and difficult it is to not just talk about this story, but to follow the story. And I think it's partly because Black Americans are feeling under siege from every front. And so it just continues to compound on top of each other. First, it was, Kamala Harris in November, then Jasmine Crockett, and then most recently, the Proud Boys marching on Washington at the 250th anniversary of the nation. I mean, that was just a reminder that the pendulum is swinging back in full speed. And so it's not just the minds, but it's the heart. And so many of us are heartbroken about Nolan and his family, but so many of us are really sort of trying to process the amount of pain that we're carrying from 2 years of feeling like the entire world, from our government to the private sector, is against Black people. I mean, again, look at Project 2025 was built on going after and attacking Black women. Where 400,000 Black people are out of the workforce, 7.5% unemployment, Voting Rights Act completely dismantled, 400 years of Black progress just gone like that. So I just feel like so many of us are just trying to make sense of this nation, the nation that we bought, that we sort of bled and fought for, these principles that seem to have been abandoned by the rest of the nation. And now everyone's turning their sort of ire on Black people. So again, I think so many of us are just feeling sad and drained in this moment behind this particular case.
Yeah, and look, obviously the mother is feeling the same way, and we can't imagine what she's feeling. I shouldn't say the same way, it's much worse, but I do want to say, she did say to me, she said, I'm trying, but today, I said, how are you? She said, I'm trying, but today was definitely a rough one. I'll be placing myself in timeout at some point today. I pray all is well with you, and thank you so much. She's so gracious. But, and this is what she said on her Instagram, right? Andy, you have it?
Hey, Boo Bears. I know you probably did not expect to see me, but I had to come on because I wanted to acknowledge all of your love, your support, your kindness that you guys have been showing me. I wanted to, answer each and every one of you, and I probably will at some point. But right now it's just, everything is so heavy. Everything is so heavy. Just been going through the motions. I'm a healthcare provider, so I talk about grief a lot. And now to be on the other side of this is, it's a lot. So I lost my mom a few years ago, and that was hard. This loss, this grief, this pain, it's different. It's insurmountable. And then it's like you get these flood of emotions all at different times, and grief is so multi-layered. 1 second I might be okay and I can talk about things and I can listen to his stories, and then the next minute I am falling apart and I feel like I can't breathe, and I feel like there is an elephant just sitting on my chest. But I know this is the process. I have a wonderful support system. I have my faith in God, which I've been leaning heavy into. But I just wanted to let you guys know that I see you. I love you. I'm thankful for all of you. And I'm so sorry that I hadn't been able to reply. I don't know exactly when again I'll post. For some reason, it does help. And I know if Nolan was here, he'd be like, Mom, just keep talking to the people, keep telling my story, keep telling your story. So that is going to be my plan. Again, thank you all so much. I love you, and I will talk to you later. Bye.
So, Monique, my sister from another mister, you have been here for me so much. You were here for me when I got indicted like a ham sandwich. You were here for me when my sister died. You filled in on the network as well. And you have dealt with grief, I'm sure, in your life. And I know that moment ultimately comes where at first you're on adrenaline. You have everybody there. They're supporting you. Everyone's around you, but you're having your moments in the background. But those moments come and they're unavoidable. You have dealt with families in situations like this? How do you deal with it? What is your advice when that happens?
Right. And there isn't any. Grief is what it is. And what I've talked about a lot recently is how many other layers of grief there are when someone dies in an unexpected fashion, in a suspicious fashion, where there's believed to be a crime committed, because you don't even have the room for the kind of grief that goes along with the absence of someone's physical presence in your life, because you're thrown first into all of these other things. You're doing police reports and finding lawyers and trying to finance your life and take care of investigators and figure out all of the things.
You guys, what the guys like? Look, thank y'all for being in here and showing love and supporting what I'm doing. My biggest fan base is X. I do thank you guys for watching. This stuff is unraveling bit by bit. Do I know if something's gonna happen or not? I don't know, because we know that your connection bad. We know as certain groups of people, and we don't even know who the grand jury would be. We don't know if they're gonna look at the evidence or whatever they're giving them. I don't even know how you can send something to a grand jury before a autopsy come and other things that they need, unless they have things that pretty much can, I guess get a warrant, because there are some inconsistencies everywhere. So I don't know how this thing is gonna play out, Lord Jesus. I don't know. Like I said, I just pray. I pray for this family. Deeply for this family. For real, for real. Like, I don't even know how. Look, I'm at a place now, like, I have a 24, 27, 31-year-old, my children, right? They spaced out, right? And I just don't know. I just don't know what I'll do. You know what I mean? And we keep saying we'll do this and do that until that time comes, till you become crushed. This lady's strong because she's sitting there with a brave face, and I know she break down at times because obviously I didn't have tragedies that I don't really, I'm not an emotional person in front of people, right? But I pray to God, you guys, that this young man get justice. I hope Karmelo Anthony get out of jail. Lord Jesus, this stuff is just not right. It's just not right.
And it's not something that a regular family, any average family, prepares for. Like, you don't have an Ashley or a Monique to come in crisis and say, here's your 1, 2, 3. That's not the beforehand for any of these people's lives. And yes, sadly, I have been next to so many parents who have lost children in suspicious or criminal circumstances, many times at the hands of law enforcement, but in other instances that children were missing, where family members were injured, domestic violence situations, you name it. And there is no level of dealing with it that makes you used to it. Mm-hmm. So for me, there's never been anything I could say to a grieving mom or a grieving dad or a grieving sister or brother, except that I'm praying if they are ones that want prayer, and a lot of silence and a lot of what can I do? Because what she dealt with today, God knows how many days like this she will have once we prayerfully get over the part where we are investigating, over the part where people are searching for answers. And she is then left with the loss that I never want to experience, the loss of a child. So I can't conceive of it. Ashley and I are both mothers. So I know that she probably has similar thoughts, but for me, even thinking of it sends me through changes. So I can't imagine it at all.
Absolutely. And I think what makes this one so hard is not having any answers, and then not having any certainty that you will get honest answers. I mean, that's something else I'm sure she's grappling with, is that she may not ever really know what happened to her child. To your point, Monique, they could punt this thing and we may not ever really know what happened. And that, I think that is the part that's even more heartbreaking. I've lost 2 brothers, so I've seen the women in my life go through grieving, after having lost their children, but we knew how they died. I mean, this one is so tough because there's so many different layers. And again, there's all these questions about whether or not they'll ever get down to the truth.
Wow, Ashley, you know what? I've lost 2 sisters, and one of them, Monique, was there to help me with. The other one died in 2018. I don't know if Monique, we had known each other from CNN then, probably. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you don't know how people are going to react, and I would imagine in your role as advisor to Biden, Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, that you have to deal with people in that situation because you have to advise them on how to deal with people because they have to attend funerals. They're always in public. And people reach out to them.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But I think it's also the pressure to make a statement. Like, I've had friends call me and ask, why hasn't Barack Obama said anything, right? Like, there's all this pressure to make a statement without any evidence, while the investigation's still ongoing. You don't want to taint an investigation. You want to get ahead of the evidence. So that really is the hardest part, is withstanding the pressure of the public asking and demanding that you weigh in and you voice some sort of either a condolence or an opinion on it. Even a condolence can catch a leader like those in a jam or put them in a jam and in a box. So this is a really tough and hard one. But the funerals are always devastating. I've seen up close President Obama going down to South Carolina after that shooting. That was incredibly heartbreaking. And I mean, and there's no.
You guys, please like the live if you don't mind. 61 of y'all, one person, thumbs up. Like, if you like what you're hearing, so I can bring more content, please just like it. It just takes 5 minutes to like the live, please. Thank you.
There's no advice, no good advice you can give. I mean, all you can do is sort of, to Nolan's mother's point, is lean on your faith in these moments and pray that God is going to be with that family and again heal their heart and their wounded heart. But then these elected officials have to deal with the nation and how the nation reacts. I mean, that's going to be the question with this particular situation. There's so much sort of racial hype going on about, was it racial? Was it not? Who's to blame? Who's not? Why did they get lawyers? Why didn't they? There's a lot of sort of hardening feelings that are happening right now, especially absent any evidence. There's a lot of speculation. So people's minds and hearts are just going all over the place. So the hardest part is not the funeral, but it's how do you respond to the nation when it reacts? And are you prepared? I was just recently writing my book and talking about, the President Obama's response to Michael Brown dying. And he didn't go to St. Louis, and how that was so much pressure as a staffer, because we carry the burden of being Black and then working for the first Black president with the expectation that he leans into his race at that point. So that's going to be a hard for Mr. Jeffries and some of these other leaders to deal with, which is how do you, heal the nation and move the nation forward after whatever verdict might be.
Well, look, you reminded me of that moment because I was down in South Carolina when it happened, and just the difference in the type of leader and the times that we're in. I mean, Barack Obama got up there. I can't imagine Donald Trump, and then all of a sudden shocked the entire church by amazing grace, and I was like, oh, and everybody. They jumped in fast because I was like, okay, Barack, are you on key or not? I'm kidding, but
we were all thinking someone save it, right?
Is that what you were thinking?
Yes,
they jumped in quick. It was fine. Nobody cares if you're on key or off. It's just that heat to have the heart to do that. And also same thing. I was in Newtown when that happened, and he cried. It just can't. That's the kind of leader. And the leadership that we need right now is we also need a comforter in chief at times, and we don't have that. I don't think has he even responded to this story? I haven't heard him. I haven't
seen that. No.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Okay, Monique's face says it all. Hell no. Okay, so listen, this is also one of the attorneys at yesterday's press conference, Monique, so you can tell us what this means.
Let me just say that under the law in Mississippi, a victim is entitled within, I think it's 72 hours to get an incident report and to have certain information shared. It's been more than 72 hours, and that's part of the meeting here today, to start getting the incident report and all that information that we came here to collect, as well as listen to the district attorney and what she had to say.
Monique?
So I think what he's referring to is the Mississippi Crime Victims Bill of Rights. It's a code section 9943. I looked it up because I tried to tell our folks, our lemon heads, what they need to know. And here's what it says, that within 72 hours, the victim or the family of a victim where there is a suspicious death or where there is a crime committed has the right to receive the incident report, but I think they're supposed to request it. And they certainly have the right to whatever information is available and to actually at least get contacted about what their rights are in the circumstance going forward. What happened here, though, Don, as we know, is that during the first period of 24 to 48 hours, there was a missing person and there was no assumption of a victim. I think we are moving closer now because we have a death, we have an unexplained death, unusual circumstances.
Child, look, we've been over that time. Look, y'all got to stop giving them people a benefit of the doubt. Talking about the first day. Yeah, 72 hours. And once you found that this child has drowned, once a few days passed by, you still should have called the family and you should have kept in touch with the family and let them know exactly what you're doing. But no, you guys want to come to the media. Yeah, we shed our media off the safety of our kids. What about her child? What about her child? The safety of her child. And it's friendship gang stuff. It's annoying at this point. Everybody get accused. Everybody have assumptions. Well, everybody, only Black Americans are supposed to do this and do that. Everybody else is excluded. They don't have to do this. They don't have to check the boxes off. It's annoying.
Death where that would happen. And that's why the district attorney did the meeting and met with the family and said, this is on me. We should have been in contact sooner. Nolan Wells' mom, Ms. Wansley, is such a gracious person. She said she appreciated that. A lot of people say she didn't owe no appreciation whatsoever. I get both of those things. But yes, so what he's mentioning is the right to receive an incident report. I am sure that they have now demanded it. As I've said a number of times on your show, I know the Crump Law team well. They don't leave stones unturned. They look under every rock. So I'm sure everybody is on the same page of accountability without excuse at this point.
Does the public interest, the overwhelming public interest, you said, Ashley, that it has captured the nation's heart, not only its interest, but the nation's heart, or attention, the nation's heart. Does a public interest add another level of, not necessarily difficulty, but to another level of urgency for the people on the ground to do things right because they know people are watching?
I mean, I would hope so, but I think Monique made a great point earlier, which is it feels like, I think as a district attorney you referred to, Monique, is turning this over to the grand jury because she doesn't want no parts of it. And I can imagine there's a lot of people who don't want any parts of this and don't want to touch it and just wants to, get it off their desk and don't want to have any responsibility for it out of fear of public reaction, fear of public scrutiny, fear out of their lives. I mean, this has become an incredibly highly intense and heated situation, and everyone involved is, experiencing not only the loss of Nolan, but also the public pushback and public criticism, I should say, of every move that everyone has made. So, I mean, I'm hopeful of that. I mean, I think that was the question I was going to ask Monique. Does she think that everybody's playing above board? Do you suspect that there could be, something more at play here than people, not sticking to 72 hours and apologizing? I mean, do you suspect that there could be some sort of more going on here than legitimate people playing above board?
Oh, Ashley, I wish you had been on.
The people want to know.
Yesterday,
I'm
she's not
curious.
going to answer.
It's Mississippi. It's Mississippi. We're talking about.
She's not going to answer it because she don't want to get bing bam on CNN. See, if she felt it was nothing, she would have said it, y'all. She would have said it. Being that she's being quiet, she's answering the question without answering the question.
About a young Black boy. We're talking about Ben Crump. We're talking about the nation's eyes are focused on this. Just curious what you've been in these situations before. Just curious what you think.
And here's what I said then, and I'll say now. Nothing that I have seen necessarily from law enforcement's handling of this investigation creates an enhanced air of suspicion in terms of what I can actually see that has happened. But all of my experience tells me that I'm always suspicious and always vigilant where law enforcement is, and not just in the South.
Yeah.
Not just in the South.
That's true.
The vigilance and the role of either a defense attorney when a defense attorney is involved or civil litigators like Crump Law when they're involved is to ensure that things are being done the right way, because as Black folks in this country, we can never assume that people care about Black bodies and dead Black bodies or alive ones the same way they care about others. We have too much history, too much data that shows us that that's not the case. So any single time that investigations are going forward, I'm completely not trust but verify, then trust. Like verify. That is the only way to me to live in cases like these, or in general, especially in this administration. Do I trust the national federal FBI, Cash Patel? No. Does that mean that the local FBI isn't doing their job? No. So it's unfortunately a both and.
Monique and Ashley, I got it real quickly. I've got to get this word in because I need to. I'm going to come back with you for one question in just a moment. You know what I've learned after all these years of covering politics? Whenever somebody tells you
we're
these
not
are your
doing
only
that,
options.
Lemon.
And here it is.
The Sean Tyndall, the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, has been in contact with those individuals. Obviously, the autopsy was done by the state medical examiner's office at the Department of Public Safety. I personally know Sheriff John Ledbetter from Jackson County very well. I have not personally spoken to him. I have full confidence that he is going to do his job. And what I will simply say is I don't know all of the details. I don't know all of the facts surrounding the case. I have yet to see a fact or a piece of evidence that suggests any foul play. But if there is, I feel confident that the sheriff's office, the district attorney's office, the members at the Department of Public Safety that deal with these crimes, if there had been one, they will find it and they will do what is necessary.
Wow.
So that's the governor. Getting priority today. Is Keisha here? No? Is Keisha? I can't tell who is.
No,
here.
she's not here right now.
She's not here, but Bonita's here. Bonita gets priority today. Hi, Bonita.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Hi, how you doing, Don and everyone? Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay. There's a very, very sad thing. It seems like we continually lose our young men and young women, and there's no accountability. And I don't know what happened, whether it was an accident or whether it was something malicious, but clearly something happened. No one goes out on a boat and not return, and no one says anything to his mother about that. And my heart goes out to her. I lost my son 3 years ago on July the 20th. So I know how it feels to be a mom and your child is suddenly taken and you don't know what to say or what to do. But yeah, the governor, whatever, they're going to be political and they'll say whatever they're going to say. And same is for all of them. All we can do is wait to see what the autopsy says. And I'm talking about the autopsy that the family ordered. I don't believe the one that Mississippi has. And you know, just keep her in our hearts and pray that she gets some kind of resolution to what happened to her son, because she deserves that, and the whole family needs that in order to be able to go on. I can tell you my own situation, and that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Bonita. I appreciate that. I think Democracy Jesus is on, right? Let's see, is he there? I can't see, these are so small.
He's here, but his camera is off.
His camera's off. Democracy, if you're there, if you're here, let us know. There he is, coming on strong.
Hey there.
Hi. I don't know if you heard. We heard from the governor. I don't know if you want to respond to that, or just in general, what's going on. The mom also breaking down on her social media today, saying today was a tough one, and then telling me she's going to take a time out after today.
I mean, John, I think, and just I have to speak from the responsibility that lies on me and all the people that look like me. Until white people come to the front and stay in the front, this will never change. White people, we have to become louder, angrier, more outraged all the time than black people. We do, or this is never, ever going to shift. And I saw last week what we were talking about. And I even put the number of Sheriff Ledbetter's office in the chat. And just, are we calling, are we doing the things like what we would do for our Democratic representatives in Congress? And are we being that voice and from all over the nation calling and really putting the pressure on this department? Because this time, I believe that the rules should bend. I mean, the rules should be broken. The deference should be given to the dead black boy. Not white kids that they've got some on credit. This time, to be a signature, to be a moment in the history of this, especially in Mississippi. You know that they have the highest record of lynchings in American history. There's that, but just what surrounds this, and because we are doing the same thing, and white people are not consistently showing up and staying up, this will continue. And I am disgusted. I am fearful, and I think it parlays itself into everything that's coming up, like the tonight with the primetime address and all the things that are going to be talked about there. We're all fearful. We're all angry, but not angry enough when you look like me. You're just not. Until that happens, this will not shift. It won't change.
Thank you, Democracy. Kev, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, he's 1,000% correct, because what is this, day 12, and we're just now hearing some bullshit response from the governor? Regardless of what you know or don't know, nothing that he said inspired confidence. And it's sad that we're still in a time where Black people are still being treated as 1/5 of a human in this country. And when I say stuff like that, I don't say it to have a victim mentality, because I damn sure do not. It's just the reality of the country. Because, and this is no shade what I'm about to say, it's been 30 plus years and they're still making documentaries about John Benet Ramsey. And this story still has yet to get national coverage. You have to be O.J. Simpson to get national coverage. And we know how that went. So I agree with Democracy 1,000%. the burden of this has to scream loudly from white people. Because at the end of the day, it's a human thing. It's not a black thing and it's not a white thing. It's a human thing. Somebody's child is dead or unalived, you know? And I just don't see any humanity coming out of this situation right now. You know, that's how I feel about it.
Thank you, Kev. We went a little long with the ladies at the top of the show. We're back with our legends right after a word from our sponsors. Okay, I have a question for you. If your freedom to practice your religion matters, shouldn't someone else's freedom not to practice one matter too? That's really what the First Amendment is about. Lately, we have seen more debates about religion in public schools, government.
Off to me. What do you mean that you personally know the sheriff, but you have not reached out to him? You have not talked to him. This is a major case in your state. That doesn't make sense to me. And
that
he
whole,
also,
I don't know all the details. Why don't you know the details?
That part exactly. This happened in your state, and you don't know all the details, and you haven't contacted I would be at the sheriff's office right now. Like the sheriff would have to explain to me I want to be called every day and know about what is going on with this case, because I'm the governor and it ultimately falls on me.
The buck stops with him. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. We've got Katie. Hi, Katie Carrick.
Hi, Don. What Alexis said, I totally agree with it. But the other thing that bothers me is it's taking all of these other people to come forward. Like, I believe Colin Kaepernick is paying for the autopsy.
No,
and
Colin Kaepernick.
And Tyler Perry is paying for the funeral. And I think Monique had said that there's a reason that it's called the First 48. Like, why was everything just so hush hush? And why does it still feel like this poor family doesn't have any answers? And that's just so frustrating to me. You know, as a parent, you never imagine you're going to outlive your child. So my heart goes out to that entire family. And it's so sad and it's so frustrating.
Don, you're muted.
I forgot I muted. I thought I had to sneeze. Katie, are you gonna be watching the funeral?
When is it?
It's on
Probably.
Monday at 11 Eastern. I think they're
Yeah,
gonna stream it.
I'll watch it. Yeah.
It'll be right after the show. We're gonna go right into it after our show. Our show is at 10, and then at 11 we'll make sure that we have it up.
I'll be watching it.
Are you gonna watch that mess tonight?
Probably not, because another Lemon legend, Lori, is actually coming to visit me. So I'm gonna be picking her up at the airport.
Oh my God, you guys! I mean, you really have become friends. This is nuts.
Lori, yeah, so many people in this I'm very close with the Lemon Legends, and Lori is definitely one of them that I've become very close with. So I'm very excited to see her.
Have an amazing, amazing time together. Liz, Alt, St. Louis. Liz there? Oh, Liz, you're muted. Liz.
There
Come
we
on,
go.
Liz.
I'm muted.
Don't be such a boomer, Liz.
Old people be knowing. Anyway.
Old people don't be knowing how to work the mute button, though.
You know, I started my life out. I was bought and I was sold as a baby, and I didn't discover that until I was probably a teenager. And I knew I was adopted, but I had no idea the situation behind it. And I can remember when for me, I was a teenager in my I was a senior in high school, whatever, when Roots came out. And I thought, oh my God, I called different people up. I said, you've got to watch this. You've got to watch this. Most people didn't want to give it the 3 weeks time it took to watch the whole show. but it was one of the best things up to that point I had ever seen done. And when my kids got to be in their preteens, I got it on VHS and showed it to them, and we sat and watched it together. And I look at, I feel like we take one step forward. I thought when that came out, just as an example, when that came out, it was going to start changing the way people looked at stuff. I thought the same thing though when Lyndon Johnson signed the stuff that he did. I've watched so much improvements, or what would look like improvements, happening just to be torn back down again. Or in the case of this present administration, when those came in and just raped the entire system. And I watched the day that they painted over, I think I said this before, painted over the Black Lives Matter sign on the street in DC. And I get so frustrated because I feel like I'm doing stuff and I'm marching in this parade. I can't do that anymore. But I try and make calls. I try and do things. And I guess I started with the bought and sold because I feel like I've got some kinship to some of the background of so many folks in this country. But I still have the privilege of having the white skin. And there's days I want to hide it. I want to go in with a mask on into the grocery store and not let them know who I am. You know, I don't know. I just get really frustrated because I feel like there's not much I can do because I can't get around, but then what? But I've got to find something. I've got some way to help with this whole thing. This breaks my heart every time this happens. And each time it hurts more and more that it does. And it just tears me up.
Thank you for that. There are many people in this country who are feeling your frustration, and look, and at least you're motivated to try to do something, even if you're not mobile enough. So thank you for that, Liz. Warren has his hand up. Warren, good evening to you, sir.
Hey, good evening. How you guys? I don't know if you guys could play back what the governor said. He said that he doesn't know the facts right now, but he said something about there was no foul play. So I don't know how.
From everything I've heard right now, there's no foul play. But then he said, I haven't spoken to the sheriff. So,
yeah, well, and that kind of stuck out at me. As I said last week, it's Mississippi, goddamn, but it's still the country in itself. And it's like I keep seeing all the incidents in my lifetime that I've experienced that just kind of says, I still have hope. This week, I don't know if it was a premonition or not. I don't know what it was, but something came over me and I said, it's more of us than it is of them. And that's where my thinking is right now. With this, I was going to say devil, but I'm not going to say devil. It's going to say tonight. It's going to make a big difference. If he's talking about not getting rid, but confirming whether or not the two senators from Georgia were duly elected, that's going to start a lot of shit. But I'm just saying, I have hope. And I saw something and I couldn't believe what I saw, but it's coming. And that's where my hope is coming from.
Thank you, Warren. I'm glad you have hope. I'm normally a very optimistic person, but it's hard in this moment. As you guys know, I always get on May money. I'm like, May, you got to be hopeful. And she's like, I don't know. But I'm just, it's.
And he is the damn devil, Warren. I'll say it.
And Warren, you did say devil. You said, I would say devil, but I'm not. You already said devil. So
I didn't realize I said it. I'm sorry.
He the devil.
I didn't realize
I want to say devil, but you're not going to say it.
You
but
might
you
as well just go for it. Just call it what it is.
Yeah, I say devil.
Just do it. Maureen has her hand up. Maureen, go ahead.
Hello, Dawn, and hello, everyone.
Hi, Maureen.
Hey, Maureen.
Maureen, go ahead. You say your piece, and I'll do it after. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. It's been really emotional. I've had an emotional couple of days, and What can I say? I mean, I've never had this type of loss. I'm white. I never thought we'd keep on going backwards instead of forwards. It's not right. Gosh, I'm running out of words because I do feel in love and in emotional. And I have some people here that I've known for a while, and I still feel so together with them. Monique, May Money, I'm going to cry. I don't want to go backwards. And I kind of felt like I was doing that for a few days. And the only thing I can relate to this, I can't imagine losing a child. My children are my nieces and nephews, and I'm their Aunt Sassy. I lost my husband, as you know, Don, a couple of years ago. We were in Portugal, and I wasn't expecting to lose him. And it's hard, isn't it? We've all had loss in our lives. And I don't have the words that have been so, people have been so articulate today and are going through all these emotions. And all I can say is your show has always been something that has helped me out, and your truth, Dawn, and the people that are part of elimination. So I love you all, and I wish we could get out of this pain. I truly do. I wish we could go forward, and I wish that family could really know what happened. It's not going to bring that beautiful son back, but they need to have someone look into this. And I personally don't think it's an accident after what I've heard, especially today. So anyway, love you all.
Lots of unanswered questions. We love you too. And by the way, Maureen, it brings us to something that I want to say that I was going to say before, because before the show, we were talking about, Warren talked about how the channel, how the community has grown, and Maureen and Warren, but Maureen was here from day one when there was, hardly anyone who was on that. I think we went for 30,000 subscribers pretty quickly. But when you started doing the live, no one knew we were doing lives. People were like, why are you doing lives? What's wrong with you? And we did it, and we believed in it. We believed in the community, and now we've grown and grown and grown. So if you want to become a member of our channel, go to YouTube and go to our main page. You can go to donlemon.com, or just go, if you're watching us now on YouTube, just go to the YouTube page and click on it, and then go to the main channel. You can put it up in the thing. I just want to, because we have so many new members. So go there. At the beginning, it said how you can get DL and DL and I on our tour around the country. But once you get past that, go in and I'll just show you. Go to the YouTube page. For those of you who are new here, you're subscribed. Hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed, and then join. Our memberships are very reasonable. And if you become a legend, you get to be on the screen and talk just like these folks are getting their chance to talk. Anybody can jump in or whatever. I usually call. Sometimes they listen to me, sometimes they don't, because that's just who they are. And a different tier of membership. But right now, the memberships are 100% free for 30 days, for a month, I believe. That wasn't my doing, that's YouTube's doing. And then when you have 7 days out, they'll let you know. They're going to notify you, but you can become a member of the Elimination. You can become a Lemon Caller, where you get to call in, Lemon Heads, which you get private streams, and to do, I think you'll become a caller if you're a Lemon Head as well. And then our Legends, which is the top tier. And I want to thank our Legends for helping us to build this wonderful, wonderful community. So thank you, Legends. And one of our most cantankerous members is a young lady named May Money. We have, she has scolded us. We have put up with her mess, but we love her. Last we saw you, you were going to swim lessons, going to give folks swim lessons. Today, you look like you're out and about and you're searching for something fun to do.
Oh, I'm actually on my way to the pool, but I did have a morning off, so I'm feeling very nice.
How are you dealing with it as you're watching this Well story?
I've been like glued onto it, which I think is a good thing. I think that I'm not the only one that has been pretty much trying to find as much information and just sift through it so that we keep it alive. unlike you with this, Don, I actually do have hope. I think we might have switched a little bit of a place there.
I said mine is. I still have it, but it's I'm struggling.
Yeah, hey, I've been there. I have. But I just think that, I mean, this is very obvious that it's being covered up. We haven't heard any information from the people that were with him. It just keeps getting more suspicious just the information that's been coming out and not been coming out, it kind of makes me believe that at some point it's going to burst wide open. I really do believe that, as long as you just stay on it. It's disgusting. I had a really bad feeling about this from the jump. And I just think that, but I do believe that as long as the family stays persistent and we just keep them in our prayers and we talk about it as much as we have been talking about it, I think they'll come to the truth of what happened. It kind of reminds me of that show, Your Honor. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but like Bryan Cranston, he's the judge of like a son that got into a car accident, and this whole cover up happens. It kind of smells of something like that, or even more serious, like where they really really may have done something harmful to him, which I hate, but that's kind of where my heart is. But anyway, I gotta pick up my niece. I love this community. Maureen, I love you. I know you're feeling bad, but I'm giving you a big old hug, and I love this community so much. I know I'm a bit of a mess sometimes, but I know what it's like to grieve. I know what it's like to need a close community. I know what it's like to really want to be a part of a community and lend a helping hand. And I think that's what we're all doing here. So much love to everybody, and I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, May. I appreciate it. We got you. In order to keep this channel going, we need help from our sponsors, and here's a word. You know what's funny? People assume because I'm out interviewing people.
Judah, party the 12. Hey, Nolan well. Hey, Nolan well. Not forget about you.
Let me just start by saying I love being Black. I wouldn't be anything but. Even knowing everything that I know, if somebody gave me a choice, I would come back Blacker than Black. I love my people, but I hate that this country doesn't love us. Black hate is global, and it's very exhausting, and it's hard. And even when you think that you have people that are going to hold on to you tight and they don't, it's heartbreaking. I haven't lost any of my children. I've lost my brother. I've lost my two grandmothers. And as I was telling the chat, when my mother's mom died, I was pregnant with my daughter. And the only thing that I could think the entire time that I was there is that she was going to be the only one of my children that my grandmother didn't get to kiss on the forehead and do that little thing. I'm from New Orleans, and it's just a special thing to have your mama kiss your children on the forehead and give them that love when they first arrive. And it's been a hard week for me. My brother passed away. His birthday was July 13th. So I've been struggling this week a lot. I've had moments of joy here and there. But my heart breaks for this situation because it's just wash, rinse, and repeat. And it's just exhausting. There's no urgency when a Black child is missing or when a Black child is harmed. And it's frustrating, very much so. And it makes me angry. And I still have hope because, believe it or not, as emotional as this week has been, I'm at the most peace that I've been in weeks. And I'm hopeful for the future and excited for the future. And I have to hold on to that because otherwise I'll curl up in a little ball and just disappear.
Thank you for the like. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking while we were binge watching at the same time. Thank you for the like. We have 62 people. Majority is from X. I definitely appreciate you guys. You're showing so much love. I definitely appreciate it. If you don't mind, can you please just like the live? Thank you. And you also comment, let me know what you guys think. Whether I'm gonna agree with you or not, just let me know what you think.
From the world, and that can't happen. So we need allies like Democracy Jesus. His passion started all this waterworks for me because then it just brought back everyone that I've lost and that I'm grieving for. And it's just been emotional, and I'm just happy that I have this community. I have this platform for my voice to be heard. And I so appreciate you, Don. You make us all feel so special, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. So I don't know how much I contributed to this, but I'm just very emotional right now.
Well, we're with you. That's why I let you speak, and you guys give me hope, and you help to build this community. It's not my channel, it's your channel. And I think you guys know that because y'all run it, especially Andrea Pinkney. And
John, can I just say that video hyped me up? That
No, but
video
seriously,
hyped me up.
it is, and it's and May Money. She thinks she runs things, but she doesn't. But she's our problem child.
Why is my
put those
picture
glasses
straight?
back
I'm
on.
over here feeling Don.
I'm messing
I
with you,
didn't
but
do anything
I'm
to
so proud of
anybody.
you. Andrea, tell them about the program that I went on. I went on. They have a show. I mean, fully produced, edited, backgrounds, opens, closes, and they all met here in the Don Lemon Show. It's crazy.
Well, I was trying to bring, more people, more subscribers to the channel. It's We the People Unite, the AAAs plus M. And but I received a lot of controversy after that, Don. So one day maybe we could talk about it. But I'm still trying to bring a light to We the People Unite, because sometimes you unite after a fight. Sometimes you need a good fight and get it off your chest. And then, you can start understanding where everyone is coming from. So I still love everybody, and I'm still hoping and praying that the show is successful. And I really appreciate it that you came on and you it seemed like you felt like you were at home. So it made me happy, and I thank you. I really do.
And
thank
you got to meet
Don.
my great niece, right? She's
I got to meet your great niece. I'm glad the dog didn't hurt himself. And
Thank you.
And again, this is because.
And you guys, again, I would like to hear from you. I definitely appreciate you guys watching. You know what I mean? This as well. I definitely appreciate you guys watching. This is from Chanel Speaks. Let's see what she got to say. I don't know. Let's see what she got to say.
The case of Nolan Wells has taken more twists and turns than anyone could have ever imagined. At times, it feels like there has been so much conflicting information that it has become increasingly difficult to separate fact from fiction. Whether intentional or not, the amount of misinformation surrounding this case has made it much harder for the public to follow what actually happened. Some of the biggest questions that have surrounded this case is who owned the boat, who drove this boat, and who was okay with these underage kids drinking alcohol.
These are the 5 men who are alleged to have been with Nolan on that island. These are their names, these are their faces, and we should know them and see who they are. So Eli, Eric, Warren, Wyatt, Morgan.
Now, for over a week, many people believed that the boat belonged to Warren, the stepson of the judge. That theory seemed plausible because the stepmother was one of the first ones to come forward and give information about the case, and she reportedly has a dock at her home. And as you recall, Warren's birth mother said Warren does not even have a boat. Later on, she says again, when Wyatt asked for him to get on, he said he wanted to stay, and Wyatt's boat started to fill with water. Now, I looked into Wyatt, and it does appear that he has a boat, and I still strongly believe that this is Wyatt's boat. However, the boat did not start at his home. It started at another one of these boys' homes. It broke down allegedly on Horn Island, returned back to one of these boys' homes before ultimately ending.
Y'all, as we looking at the GPS, what she's saying is not factual. We cannot go on by what someone says. The boat never just stopped mowing across the little water, the lake, right? It went several places. And then they said they estimated to be going at a speed of 100 and something miles per hour. Like, come on, bro. Like, what's going on? So just think about it.
Ending up at Wyatt's house. News outlets reported that the boat's owner, the boat's owner's mother, and one of the people who was on the boat that day had all been cooperative with the investigation.
Well, they will say that because listen, it's a judge. All of them are friends. At the end of the day, what do you mean they were cooperative? What did they do? What did they say? What is going on? Why is it even going to the grand jury without anything being done? I'm sorry, I got a text, but it's going to the grand jury without even the autopsy and everything is done. Or maybe they starting to send the stuff to the grand jury and they're waiting on the autopsy. I don't know. It's when I tell you, it is so confusing and so backdoor full of bullshit. It just is. Okay, hold on a second.
The news reported GPS coordinates of the boat that was driven that day, carrying the three boys and Nolan.
See the boat then go and actually dock at a different location, then drive overland to the home of the owners of the boat.
So they took out the street number of the address, but they left the street name here. And there would be no need to black out the address unless this is someone's home. The boat starts here at 9:56 a.m. So all I did was search for the voter records of the people that lived on El Camino Real Road. Went through the complete search, got to page 7, and saw the two names here listed, Patalo.
These are the 5 men who are alleged to have been with Nolan on that island.
So I looked up the mother. The mother's address, of course, came up as his address, the father-in-law, the other relatives, and then all of a sudden, guess who comes up? Eli J. Patalo.
Then drive overland to the home of the owners of the boat.
Now, while Warren's mother was correct, it wasn't Warren's boat. It was indeed Wyatt's, and we'll find out how later. However, there were just too many things happening at Eli's house with this boat. The boat started on El Camino Real Road, broke down an hour later.
Y'all, Eli is gone. He let them sucker him. He looked like one of those that you can pick me type boys.
Was back on El Camino Real Road. And let's not forget what Nolan's father, Elmore, said about going to Jack's house to pick up his son's keys.
The guy he's in one of the pictures, when he came out of the room, half asleep or whatever, I think Jack's or whatever. And I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. I'm here to get his keys so I can get his car. I said, he's like, his car was in the yard. His car was parked in the yard. So he was like, I don't know, man. Nolan's like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go in your room and see if you can find my son's keys so I can take his car home?
Eli Jacks is the one Nolan's father, Elmore, said, told him Nolan was like my brother when Nolan was still missing. So the boat started right here at the top where you see this arrow, and they departed at 9:56 a.m.
Do y'all hear what they said? Was like my brother, and you don't even know if he's dead or not. That's crazy.
Going to Horn Island.
And it actually shows exactly where the boat left from when it arrived at Horn Island. You're seeing, as that scrolls down on your screen there, you're seeing that July 4th, that tracking movement, the vessel reaching Horn Island around 11:14 a.m.
Now, at 4:31 p.m., they said that the boat began to have problems. So they leave the western tip of Horn Island immediately.
A mom of one of the friends last week said the group left without Nolan when their boat began malfunctioning.
We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
NBC News has obtained audio as part of a records request that details the group calling for towing assistance.
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Now, as we've been reporting, Nolan Wells was not on that boat, although his keys and phone were.
Now, how she has been able to verify that is beyond me. At this point, it's just hearsay. We don't know where Nolan was. Now, according to the GPS, the vessel left the western tip of Horn Island at 4:31 p.m. and had to be towed approximately 2.75 miles before normal operation resumed. The vessel then went back to El Camino Real Road at 5:44 p.m. The hour prior, the boat was getting ready to sink, let them tell it.
We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
Yet you're able to make a pit stop at Jack's house, allegedly, at 5:44. After 5:44, the boat then leaves again, and it travels to Fort Bayou around 5:52 before returning to the dock at 6:06 p.m. Later that evening, the boat went to the Fort Bayou boat launch at 7:19 p.m., according to the MSDMR report. From there, it traveled overland, presumably by a vehicle, to the Biloxi, Mississippi residence of the boat's owner, allegedly having to be trailered back to Wyatt's house at 7:47 p.m. The MSDMR report indicates that the boat's owner, the mother, and one other individual who was reportedly with Wells on the day of the incident have cooperated with the investigation. However, that pit stop at Jack's house while the boat is supposedly going under, and those 2 pit stops in Fort Bayou, the last one almost 3 hours after they had to book it out of Horn Island, just says a lot. It leaves a lot to the imagination.
That signify to you that there's criminal culpability here?
Jesse, not yet. Listen, this is every parent's worst nightmare. You have your child goes out with friends and everybody comes back except your child. So I understand the position they're taking where they want answers. They want to know why this tragic situation happened, and they're willing to do anything to get those answers. And I think rightfully so. Any parent will feel the same way. But let's not jump to conclusions here. We also can't look at what the family is saying and kind of take that as law, because they're going to hear investigators talk the way they kind of want to ingest the information. So the investigators are saying, they're saying, listen, we're doing an investigation. We plan on moving forward. However, the evidence shows, the family can come out of that thinking, well, there has to be something there. So clearly they're going to have something to present to the grand jury, but that's not really the case.
And to be clear, it does not necessarily have to be or would be a homicide charge. There could be other crimes associated with this investigation, even if somebody misled law enforcement, which I'm not saying happened, but you could present anything to a grand jury, right?
Absolutely. And we don't have to be talking about murder or homicide. This could be an accidental death where there was evidence tampering, right? Where they tampered with the evidence, maybe deleted something from the cell phone that just seemed weird or odd, or put somebody else in a bad light. So they did that so they wouldn't look bad, even though it had nothing to do with the death itself.
I got to say, I'm a little confused by the cell phone. I've seen reports that the family hadn't initially handed over to law enforcement, and now it's going to be this joint examination, both by the family's experts and law enforcement's experts and investigators. How does that work exactly? Have you ever heard of that before?
I have. I've actually done those forensic analysis of electronic devices where I've had my expert go in and capture these devices, actually get them from the investigators themselves. It's a little different than when you're talking about blood samples or something like that, when you're passing it around and you don't want to do that because it could be, contaminated. With electronic evidence, those things are going to be consistent. It's going to show when a text message was sent, what was included in that text message. There's going to be time blocks and things like that that are really difficult to change and almost impossible to change. So I've had situations where I've done investigations at the same time as the federal or state investigators to try and get that data off of phones laptops, computers, other things like that. It's different than what you normally think of like passing around blood samples or bullet, fragments or something.
Sure.
Or fingerprints can be transferred or something like that.
Two things. One, there's also been a lot of talk about why he didn't have his phone, right? There's some conversation, well, if he went into the water, it'd be not uncommon for him to leave his phone behind. But then if he had gone off to talk with some girl, wouldn't he have his phone? Separate conversation. If it was in the if the phone was in the family's possession or in, Ben Crumb's possession for this period of time, does the evidence have to be excluded? Is it not contaminated in some way?
It doesn't. And that's just what we were just talking about. So I mean, some things are concrete, like that electronic data information of when it's or received, or if it was deleted. If, say, for example, the family got it and someone's saying, well, the evidence is bad because the family could have added that, there's going to be an electronic footprint of when that text was sent. So if it wasn't sent before the death, then obviously it wouldn't be included in any investigation involving the death. That's a little different when you talk about how high stakes those electronic data is, and how actually it shows you how beneficial it is to have that, because that's concrete.
Look, the family needs answers. That's the bottom line. I know they're planning an independent autopsy. I know we're still waiting for the official autopsy from the state. So let's see what happens next. Dante Mills, good to see you, my friend. Thank you.
Always. Thank you.
Now, as you know, Nolan Wells' family met with the Jackson County District Attorney yesterday. Following that meeting, District Attorney Angel Myers McElrath announced that once the Jackson County Sheriff's Department completes its investigation, her office will present the case to the grand jury. Now, she emphasized that this is the standard procedure for suspicious or unnatural deaths in Jackson County, and said her office is committed to ensuring every piece of evidence is thoroughly reviewed before any decisions are made. While some people were hoping for immediate answers after the meeting, this confirms that investigators are still actively building the case, and with the FBI assisting in the forensic examination of digital evidence and investigators saying that they've interviewed approximately 60 witnesses, the investigation remains ongoing. The Wells family has made it clear that they are continuing to seek accountability and transparency as they wait for the investigation process to conclude before evidence is placed before a grand jury. Now, Nolan Wells' funeral services will be held on Monday in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and the nationwide attention surrounding the death of Nolan Wells was likely more than many people expected, including those who were with him that day and officials involved in the investigation. But if this case has shown us anything, it's that many people are no longer willing to accept that quick dismissal of unanswered questions when a young Black person dies. People are demanding a thorough, transparent investigation before conclusions are reached, and they believe every lead deserves to be examined. With that said, there have been several interviews released in recent days featuring people who knew Nolan, including friends and coaches. One thing that has stood out to many viewers is that these individuals have consistently expressed the belief that race did not play a major role in what happened.
No, I don't think it was no racial intention at the school, from my experience, because you
Thank you for the love. 67 people, please like the live. Show some love. Let me know exactly what you think about this situation. There's the chat, free chat. Let's go.
You have, predominant white school, you have Black kids there, and they all, played and grew up together and got along. Now, some stuff might have happened that I didn't see. So, I can't speak wholeheartedly on it, but from what I did see, it was a tight-knit community, you know what I mean?
Do you think, having been there on the island with this large group of people, that race plays a factor in whatever happened here?
I don't want to answer that question. I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to answer that question. I mean, obviously we go to Ocean Springs, we're going to have white friends. So I guess it's pretty normal down here, but
even this man, Trayston Shepard, who claims to be Nolan's best friend, says that he is upset by the suggestion from Crump that race may have played a role in Wells' death.
I just know I've lost my best friend.
So first of all, we don't know Trayston. We've never met him.
Ooh, they didn't.
Say, best friend, childhood friend. That's a bit of a stretch. We've
Oh.
never met him. He's never been to our home.
The people being interviewed look nothing like the people who were reportedly on the boat with Nolan during his final hours. The very people whose parents have publicly stated that their son last saw Nolan at 3:00 p.m. You remember the
Hold up, y'all. Did y'all hear the mother say she don't know him? Why would he go out and do that? Did somebody pay him to do that stuff? Because you know what? If he's around like quote unquote a diverse crowd of people, why is it only black people speaking up? Like if it's a diverse friendship, right? Multiple different people should be coming out speaking out. You know what I mean? Whatever that is. Like obviously he hung around a certain group of people, right? And I just think that I don't know. Like I really don't know what happened, but it just seems weird at the same time. You know what I mean?
judge, while the birth mother of that same boy publicly stated that her son last saw Nolan at 5:00 p.m. None of these people are being interviewed. Instead, we're hearing from someone claiming to be Nolan's best friend, but not the friends who were reportedly on the boat with him. We're hearing from an assistant coach, but not the head coach.
So let me get this straight. They put another black person in front of us to speak, which is the assistant coach at Nolan's high school that he graduated from. Mind you,
y'all make sure y'all share this live. We got 65 from TikTok. I'm growing. I'm here 3 days. Like we've been 200 and something strong, but I know I'm gonna come on later. I guess when people are like the kids are down, but thank you guys. Make sure you like the live, share the live. Thank you.
this is Jake, the head coach. Why are we not hearing from him? Mind you,
That's
by
what I'm talking
his
about.
own admission, it is a majority white school.
Wow.
No, I don't think it was no racial
Oh,
intention
that's
at the
y'all.
school, you know,
Okay.
from my experience.
They says that the head coach was white. I don't know what he may be on the coaching staff. So they're using black people to relate with black people instead of you coming out as a man saying, look, this is how the school, he was a wonderful student, whatever he was, it should tails to tail. It just should just look, we just want to know. That's it. We just want to know. That's it.
Some stuff might have happened that I didn't see. So, you know, I can't speak wholeheartedly on it. But
Then no shade, my brother, but why are you speaking to us if you can't speak on it? You know who should be able to speak on it? The principal, Jacob. He should be able to tell us. And it's interesting because in any school district, in the employee handbook, it tells you that you have to get permission before speaking to the media. So explain to us why you gave permission to the one black person to get in front of us and tell us that he does not believe that there's any racial
Because that's what
tension
they've
in
been
y'all
doing
school.
for decades.
On top of all of that, we continue to hear that the investigation is ongoing. Yet, according to Nolan's mother, Miss Christine, she hasn't heard from investigators since the day after her son's body was found, and she was the one that made that call.
Have you been hearing anything from investigators?
No, the last time I spoke with an investigator, it was Major Smith, and I had reached out to him via text message. That was
Wow.
last Tuesday. Other than that, I have not spoken with anyone.
Now, a major update in this case today is that the Jackson County District Attorney, Angel Myers McIlrath, has confirmed that she will be meeting with Nolan Wells' family today. She also stated that once the Jackson County Sheriff's Department completes its investigation into Nolan's death, the case will be presented to a grand jury. According to the district attorney, this is standard procedure in Jackson County for deaths that are not considered natural. Another significant development is the FBI's involvement in the investigation. The FBI is now assisting the Jackson County Sheriff's Department because Horn Island falls under federal jurisdiction. According to investigators, FBI
that's why they
agents
there.
are helping with the forensic examination of the digital evidence that has been collected throughout the investigation. Sheriff John Ledbetter also provides an update on the scope of the investigation, revealing that investigators have interviewed approximately 60 witnesses so far. He emphasizes that the investigation remains both active and ongoing. Among those interviewed exclusively are the 3 friends who accompanied Nolan to Horn Island on July 4th. Investigators continue to review witness statements alongside digital evidence as they work to reconstruct the events leading up to Nolan's death. The district attorney reiterated that the case is being treated as a priority. Now, authorities say the investigation has been complicated by the island's remote location, with limited cell phone service and no surveillance cameras. Ledbetter also acknowledged the widespread rumors surrounding the case, including claims alcohol or drugs may have played a role. Now, I want to speak to you for a brief moment about speculation. Questions over alcohol consumption have circulated since Nolan's friend, Tristan Shepard, said that the group had spent the holiday swimming and drinking. Well, we were all just having fun all day, Shepard told Good Morning America. And then as the day went on, people started to drink more and people started getting more drunk. But Brian Trasher, vice president and spokesperson for the United Cajun Navy, which helped search for Nolan, cast doubt on claims the teen himself had been drinking to excess. My understanding is that even though there was pictures of the boys drinking beer and stuff, Nolan's blood alcohol level was not at an intoxicated level, Trasher told People.
Autopsy results are still pending. Jackson County Coroner Bruce Lynn Jr. says the coroner's office is waiting for the toxicology report to be returned to the state medical examiner's office before the full autopsy report can be completed. The coroner says the toxicology report is being expedited and that he hopes it comes in this week. As the investigation continues, questions remain about the events leading up to Nolan Wells' death and whether additional evidence could help provide answers for his family.
And as we wait for the autopsy and toxicology reports, we do have more information on what actually happened July 4th on Horn Island. This is an interview by Laura Coates from CNN.
I mean, Javon, I want to come to you because you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
No, ma'am. I don't think that Nolan would say, hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. Y'all go ahead and go back without even bringing it, like not even asking to get his phone back. You know what I mean? I don't think that any of that.
What makes you so sure about that? Because I mean, you've been with him, you've spent a lot of time with him. Did you know him to be someone to leave his phone or even say, you guys go without me?
Never. I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
You know, this friend of his, Tristan, also told ABC that video people have been talking about that was said to show some sort of altercation, it did not involve Nolan. He said it was actually him yelling in the video and that you and a family member were holding him back because he'd been in a fight. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. We were calming Tristan down. In that video where he said, give me my effing phone back, it sounds like him. So I'm pretty sure that he was right on that. But
Javon, I'm so sorry to think about what you must be going through and thinking about.
So why would someone else be saying, "Well, give me my effing phone"? Like I'm confused. Like they were just holding people's phones hostage, or what was the deal? I'm confused.
What's happened to Nolan? I mean, you mentioned a phone. Tashima, a huge question so many people have is why he would have left his cell phone behind. And you say you were the person who actually went and retrieved that phone for the family. How'd you get your hands on the phone? Where was it?
That is correct. Christine called me and told me, hey, where are the boys? Nolan hasn't been heard from since such and such time. Where are your boys? I said, well, Javon is with his girlfriend, and I just spoke with Jalen, and they are headed to downtown, which I was literally getting ready to get in the shower to go downtown as well. She said, well, Nolan hasn't been. So I instantly called with Christine on the phone, Javon. Javon said no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. And he was like, what? Are y'all serious? He was like, yes. And so Christine intervened in the conversation, said, Nolan has not have been heard from since he left the island. So Javon was like, well, that's when I seen it. I haven't seen it since then. Again, everybody goes their separate ways. So I then hang up from Javon because obviously there's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, I called, he didn't answer the phone. I called LeBaron, which is their other friend, LeBaron Broomfield. He answered. He said, Jalen is in the gas station. Hold on. So he said, hey, Jalen, Mom on the phone. So he's like, Jalen, like, what's up, Mom? What's going on? I was like, hey, have y'all heard from Nolan? They said no. We have not heard from Nolan.
But where was the phone?
So I was like, well, okay. So that's when we started tracking the phone. Well, for Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one or two people there, but it showed that the phone was at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone?
This is how delusional some of these people are. Your friend, you got his phone. You didn't think to take the phone back to the family's house. I don't know this train of thought. Everybody's in the dark watching TV. Like, I'm so confused, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so confused. Whatever, and what if I can't see him staying back, but I do in my mind, I think it's some grown folks had done something. And I don't know. For them to be in the dark, just watching TV like someone is missing. No one got up. It's like no one cared. Like we did what he did fucking well. You know what I mean?
Because
knowing that phone was there. It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. Because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the phone back to me.
Christine,
so when they brought the phone back.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Tashima. I want to hear that.
They were deleting stuff out of that phone. That's why it took so long. Because they didn't think that those people would find the phone. Because what they did was, for some reason, the tracker was off, but they still had a tracker on that, on the on the Snapchat, some type of way, and it still was tracking that. See, they were supposed to get pinned back at the other place, but for some reason, Snapchat still was tracking the phone or whatnot. That's crazy.
When they brought the phone, after I said something about it, he was like, well, she's going to get it. I was like, who's going to get it? He's like, the girl's going to get the phone.
So let's think about something here. After a day at the beach celebrating the 4th of July, Nolan decides to stay behind and visit with Katie. Katie says that Nolan went back with his friends, but Nolan's friends still have Nolan's phone. Magically, after 11 o'clock p.m., Nolan's friend Warren contacted Nolan's mother because he was the one that discovered that Nolan was missing, according to Warren's birth mother. So if all of this is true, why are y'all sitting inside of the house in the dark watching TV
Absolutely.
with his phone inside of Wyatt's car? And then wonders why the family finds all of this suspicious.
So just to clarify, it was actually a ranger from the National Park Service that discovered his body and called it in. At that time, myself and another volunteer were flying a grid between Horn Island, Ship Island, and Chandelier.
And are y'all aware the dad say he just had went in that spot the day before or whatever it was, and they didn't see the body, which is weird. It's weird.
Island, and just for any viewers that are not familiar with that, if you look at just off the coast of Mississippi going south, Ship Island would be about 10 miles to the south on the left side. Horn Island would be about the same distance south on the right side. And then Chandeliers would be like, probably 30 miles more south. So it forms like a T. So that was the grid we were searching, because that's where the wind and drift patterns we looked at were taking the current. It turns out that as we were flying back north, after about 2 hours in the air, we saw that there were boats on the beach that weren't there before. And it was a Monday morning. So we descended and circled around and noticed there were law enforcement boats. And then so we descended more and circled, and more boats were showing up. And then we could see a body on the beach that they were kind of huddled around. So that's about when we knew that they had made the recovery. And then again, later I found out that a ranger had called it in, and so we returned to base. So we were first contacted through, I believe, one of our social media channels on the night of July 4th. We were also at the time getting tagged in a lot of posts that were starting to go up on social media about Nolan Wells being missing. Eventually, I don't remember exactly who it was that made contact, but they got in touch with our incident commander, and then they ultimately put him in touch with Nolan's mother, Christine. So we did talk with her that night. And then the next morning, I was told that somebody was going to take her out on a boat out there. I'm not sure if she ended up going, but that was my understanding. But throughout the morning, we were at
witnesses, multiple witnesses. This is only one of them, saying he was at this party and was violently assaulted and then was taken back to the island.
New evidence has just come out in the Nolan Wells case that proves that he was murdered by those three men.
That's
This investigation is active. It's ongoing.
Section 1512 of the Criminal Code says that these three white boys should be arrested and face 20 years in jail. If they're not arrested by Monday, I'm calling for a protest.
He wasn't able to confirm much. Ledbetter did confirm that interviews have been conducted with witnesses, and the department has been in contact with other departments and agencies, including the FBI.
Now, if you clicked expecting one clean story, baby, sit with what you just watched for a second. Because I don't have one story for you tonight. I've got about 6 of them, and they cannot all be true at the same time.
Look how much life,
18
y'all.
years old.
18 years old.
Went out on the water for the 4th of July. Didn't come home.
Wow.
And in the week since, I have watched otherwise smart people turn a grieving mother's Facebook page into their own personal true crime universe. I'm not going to do that to you tonight. If this is your first time with us, welcome to Crime of Love. We tell the stories about the people who were supposed to keep each other safe. Subscribe if that's what you came here for. Let's get into what we actually know. Before any of the timelines, before the theories, before one single argument about who said what, Nolan Xavier Wells was a kid who said, "Yes, sir," and meant it every time. Ocean Springs High School, multi-sport athlete, the kind of teammate who called his team a brotherhood, not just a squad. He worked a summer job for a man in his hometown, renting out water slides and bounce houses. Showed up wanting to make his own money. No attitude about it.
Damn.
Freshman wide receiver at Southwest Mississippi Community College. About to head back for training when all of this happened. His mother says she doesn't know when she's gonna smile again.
I know that's right, child.
Chilly. Neither do I.
Yeah, really. It's really like a brotherhood, not just in here, like school, community, classroom, like everything.
Yeah.
Just really having love for your
Yeah.
teammates and just Ocean Springs in general.
Do y'all hang out outside of here a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we?
Y'all live together pretty much? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be everywhere.
sure.
Us three.
Last spring, us three, bro, we were together every day, wasn't it? Like when it was it spring when it was cold and then he had the Chrysler.
Oh,
It
that was
fall.
like two.
It
That was about
fall.
2 years ago.
It was
But
fall,
every
bro.
day,
We're
we just
together
working
every
out.
day.
Go Yeah. to the crib. Play,
So he wasn't
work out,
always
get eat, go to the
around
crib, play
white
game,
kids. So they
go
need
home,
to
get back on the
stop
game,
that narrative.
just chilling.
Now, here's where I need you leaning all the way in, because this is the part that made me stop and go, wait, what? There's a young man, Treseston Shepard, who's gone on camera more than once, calling himself one of Nolan's closest friends. Best friend, even. Nolan's own mother heard that and told a reporter, and I am not exaggerating this. We don't know him. Never met him. Never been to her house. Not once. Meanwhile, the two friends she does call Nolan's real best friends, they're the ones saying the whole "he just chose to stay behind" story doesn't even sound like the boy they raised. So we've got a stranger narrating this child's last known hours with more confidence than his own mother has. And baby, we haven't even gotten to the judge yet.
I just know I've lost my best friend.
This morning, a friend of Nolan Wells, who was with the 18-year-old the day he was last seen alive, is sharing what he says happened during a July 4th boat trip to an isolated barrier island off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Treseston Shepard declined to speak with us on camera because he says he and his friends are getting threats.
We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard addressed this viral video that investigators have been studying. Wells's parents worried it showed their son involved in a confrontation, but Shepard said that's him, not Wells.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
Shepard says he took a boat back from Horn Island in the late afternoon, but Wells stayed behind with a girl he had met.
They met that day, and it was kind of one of those things. It did come off that day that he really did like her, but that was the only time they'd ever.
The girl saying that
at Horn Island on July 4th.
Investigators believe Wells drowned and say there were no immediate signs of foul play.
Oh, that's the girl and her family did it.
But there is growing frustration in the community, and his parents are skeptical, telling GMA Wells left his phone behind and they tracked it to one of his friends.
It was showing everywhere the phone had been, like it had. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land.
The sheriff said the parents have not turned over the phone to investigators. Their lawyers said they will. While the investigation goes on, Treseston Shepard wants the focus on his friend.
I want everybody just to relax and let everybody mourn the loss of Nolan, and let us remember him as in like the sweet guy. I think everybody needs to let the investigation continue and let the facts be.
You see what they say, the sweet guy. Let him be the sweet guy, the pushover guy, basically.
Don't.
3 different people have given 3 different accounts of when Nolan was last seen. 3 p.m., 3:30, closer to 5. Nobody has reconciled that. His phone made it back to shore. He didn't. And when his mother finally got that phone in her hands, his Snapchat was wiped clean, which isn't really how Snapchat works, honey, unless somebody wanted it that way. One account says the boat had engine trouble. Another says it was a girl he wanted to stay for. A third disputes both of those now.
So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been, like it had. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone. They tracked it.
When we finally got his phone, me and my sister went through the phone. We went in his Snapchat. He had 2 accounts, absolutely nothing. It wasn't even 24 hours, which is how long videos and pictures stay in Snapchat. And I was just like, that can't be. Like, I've seen Nolan whenever he snaps, like when he goes and he's having fun, like he does videos. Like there was absolutely nothing, no saved videos.
All of the white boys who were on the trip with Nolan deactivated their social media accounts before his body was found. All of them. They all deactivated their social media accounts before his body was found. They couldn't remember. They didn't remember anything. They don't know where he went. They had his phone, but I don't remember. I don't know. He just didn't come back with us. But they all deactivated their social media accounts. Yeah, don't play in my fucking face.
On July 6th, the park ranger found a body on the northwestern tip of Horn Island. Dental records and DNA later confirmed what everyone had been afraid of. Nolan Xavier Wells was gone. He was 18 years old. The official cause and manner of his death have still not been released.
Hey guys, so I've been covering the disappearance of 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells on my FB page extensively. For those unfamiliar with this case, he was last seen around 3 p.m. on Saturday, July 4th, 2026, near the west tip on the north side of Horn Island in Mississippi. He was said to have been hanging out with his friends. Based on photos, it seems like he was drinking with friends as well. He was last seen wearing light blue swim shorts and sunglasses, and he was last seen in the water. Authorities at first said that they were unable to confirm whether he ever made it back to shore, but I think it was late last night or early this morning, someone from law enforcement said that they had no evidence to indicate that he ever made it back to shore, suggesting that he was still in the water. Well, this morning, July 6, 2026, Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter did say that a body was found on Horn Island. This was amidst the search picking back up for Nolan today. Of course, he said that they were unable to identify the individual that was recovered, but it did just come out a little while ago that the individual recovered does have the same clothing on that Nolan was last seen wearing, those light blue swim shorts. His grandfather, Christopher Wells Sr., also just took to social media and confirmed that Nolan's body has been found. He wrote, quote, "My daughter Christine and her husband Elmore prayed for a positive outcome, but they also had to prepare themselves for the worst. Now that my grandson has been found, it's time for answers, but be mindful they need space and need to grieve. There has been enough finger pointing. Let law enforcement do their job." Nolan was a former football player at Ocean Springs High School and current wide receiver at Southwest Mississippi Community College. Nolan has been described by family, friends, and classmates as kind and respectful. He was said to have always made a positive impression on people quickly. He was easy to talk to, down to earth, and someone who always treated others well, both off the field and on the field. Based on what law enforcement has kind of been throwing out, it doesn't seem like they feel like foul play was involved in Nolan's death, but there's a lot of people who are questioning this, and of course his family is advocating for a full investigation to ensure that this wasn't something more than just an accidental drowning. My thoughts and prayers are with Nolan's loved ones at this time, and as more information comes out based on the investigation and the autopsy, I will be sure to share it with you guys.
Now I have to slow all the way down because this is the part of the story that has traveled the farthest and confirmed the least. There's a claim going around online, you've probably seen it, that says Nolan wasn't just left behind, that something happened to him before he ever went back into that water. I'm not going to pretend that claim doesn't exist. If you've spent 10 minutes near this case, you've already seen it. But here's what I need you to sit with. Investigators have said publicly that so far they have found no evidence of foul play. The witnesses they've actually sat down with are disputing that there was any physical altercation involving Nolan that day at all. That doesn't make the claim false. It also doesn't make it true. It makes it a claim, not a fact. And there's more noise where that came from. A photo of Nolan that circulated like it was taken after he disappeared turned out by the photo's own metadata to be from over a week earlier. Somebody generated AI images of this child. His mother had to get online and say, quote, "The internet is unhinged." One family connected to this, a judge whose stepson was on that boat, says they're now getting death threats over a teenager, over rumors. And then you've got people like this.
Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. This is something a little bit shocking. Somebody just reached out to me on Facebook. He's verified that he has been talking with the investigators, as you can see in this screenshot. And I'll just read you our conversation. "I was on Horn Island on the 4th. I have information I will share with you, but for obvious reasons would like to keep certain parts a secret as they would absolutely damage the investigation. Let me know if you want. I've had several conversations with investigators. I can be seen in the video in question regarding an altercation." I said, "Oh, sure. Were you really there?" "I was there during the video in question. I can be seen on the far right walking away." "Okay, great. What would you like to say? I will not use your name or anything." Then he sent me these screenshots of the phone calls. I said, I believe you. What would you like to share with me? Thanks. I've been working with investigators. I walked through right after a real fight broke out. I didn't see Nolan or the friends he rode there with around, but I have reason to believe Nolan was part of that fight. What do you think happened to Nolan? Why do you think he was part of the fight? Doesn't matter what I think, only the evidence and where it might lead. I didn't see Nolan's friends he rode with, but the friends who he was supposed to be catching a ride home with appear to be lying based on what I saw and what they're saying. The investigators had been following up with me for new details as new evidence emerges. Between you and me, they believe to have identified the suspect if what I witnessed was connected. So I know they're working hard to get to the bottom of it. Wow, can you say what you witnessed? I can't. They would use it to build their story and taint the investigation.
Somebody who won't say what they actually know from investigators they won't name about details they say would taint the investigation if shared. Sir, if your source can't give you one single checkable fact, that is not a source. That's smoke. And this case has had more of that than actual information since day one. So before you repeat anything about this case, ask yourself if you want it repeated about your own child on a maybe.
Nolan fucking well. My question is, what is it going to take? What is it actually going to take for some arrests to be made in this situation? You see this photo right here? Allegedly, this photo was taken at the pool party after they all came back from the island. You know, something that really bothered me with this whole thing was, why was his fucking phone pinging off the island when his mom was trying to ping the phone? Why wasn't it somewhere on the island so he could be found quicker? The reason is because they had the fucking phone. They had the fucking phone the whole time because he was at this fucking pool party. Why allegedly was there no water found in his lung? Why allegedly did they request dental records? Why allegedly did he have bruises all over his body? Let's get into that fucking part, because we got another girl who was at this party who has written out a witness statement saying she was there and this is what happened. Bro, Nolan didn't get into a fight at the island. I was our other friend, No Wyatt, did get into an altercation right after that, not even 10 minutes later, because Wyatt took his phone. And Wyatt and Evan were trying to be hard, so Nolan was definitely screaming, "Give my fucking phone back, N-word. What's wrong with you?" So they all calmed down, and that's when they all head to Evan's house because he was throwing a pool party. So yeah, No came to the party, and yes, we were all drinking, but Juan and Evan and Morgan and Andrew got really high, and I think they were trying to get Lucy and Natalia to try something as well. But yes, they got into it again at the pool party, which didn't end till almost 1 a.m. I know Evan's mom kicked us out all at once because once they started fighting, it was Andrew and Evan, and Wyatt and Warren was basically recording and laughing, saying, "Get him." And all I could hear was Nolan screaming, "Mom." So yes, I tried helping. Then his mom came out screaming, yelling, drunk, because she was drunk, making us leave, saying she was going to cops on us if they didn't leave the house. But they didn't let No leave. And No was by the basketball goal on the inside of the pool when he was leaning over because he was gasping for air and spitting up blood. But I've called No's mom, and she knows now. I just got off the phone with her. What exactly is it going to take? We now have a photo of him at the party after the beach incident. Witnesses, multiple witnesses, this is only one of them, saying he was at this party and was violently assaulted and then was taken back to the island that night. Later, when he went to Nolan, one of the friends went to Nolan's house to pick up his car, he says to the father, "He was my best friend." Was. So my question is this: what the fuck is it going to take for us to start seeing arrests made?
What is confirmed, hundreds of people marched through Ocean Springs demanding transparency. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing the family. Reverend Al Sharpton spoke at the press conference and is set to speak at the funeral. And as of the most recent reporting, the FBI is now involved in this investigation, working alongside the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. That's not internet chatter, baby. That's the sheriff on camera saying it himself. The independent autopsy the family ordered has been delayed over transport logistics, not because of what it found. anybody telling you otherwise right now is telling you more than the medical examiner has said.
This recent week, we've got a lot of valuable information that has come from the public. We put out a call to action last week for that information, and it has been very productive for us.
This is the exact reason I tell my kids, friend or no friend, you can't trust anybody. How is it possible for a group of friends to go to Mississippi's Horn Island, but when they come back home, they come back without somebody that they went with, and they're going to say race ain't play a part? You see everybody in this picture right here. Tell me what looks different. Tell me. You had an 18-year-old accomplished football star, Nolan Wells, goes to Mississippi Horns Island with his friends on the 4th of July, and then he turns up missing. Mind you, all of his friends make it home safe. And the person that went with them, Nolan Xavier Wells, he's missing. And nobody has nothing to say about that. You have his so-called friends saying that they don't remember anything. They don't remember seeing what happened to him. Mind you, they have pictures on the boat. Mind you, they have pictures together, but nobody knows what happened to him. Now you got the Coast Guard, sheriff deputies, Marine units, and multiple agencies searching for him right now. They're searching the waters, searching surrounding areas, trying to figure out what happened. They're also saying that the last time he was seen with a team. They're also saying that they found his phone, but they didn't find him. What team do you know right now would leave his phone behind? Tell me that. But you see how all of this sounds? This is why disappearances like this and places like this always leave people questioning. If you spend time looking into missing person cases like this, then you already know what may be the outcome. Do you understand how this young man's parents has to feel? They just want their kid back. We definitely need to spread the word about this. We need some answers. This shit is crazy.
A family friend who employed Nolan before he left for college remembers a young man.
There is a scandal going on with the autopsy reports. Yesterday, attorney Benjamin Crump said the family's independent autopsy report was not ready. And the Jackson County Sheriff's Office also said their autopsy report was not ready. Well, I'm here to tell you there is a lot more to both autopsy reports.
Those autopsies are ready, but I think they're trying to gather whatever they're trying to gather because the FBI is in it. I don't know. Like, I'm just all over the place with this thing because you don't know if they're there to clean it up because the judge is involved or they're helping the judge prepare her son, or I don't know. Like, and he could not even be in the one that actually did something. Who knows, right? But I don't know, y'all. This is a real bizarre. And you know what's even crazy? They assume that nobody will be smart enough to know something is wrong, you know?
And Benjamin Crump is playing chess, not checkers, when it comes to the independent autopsy report. And we all know Mississippi's chief medical examiner, Stacey Turner, has a very suspicious history when it comes to Black.
Hold up, I don't want to.
We're thinking, can y'all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
There was a girl on Horn Island on July the 4th. Her name is Katie. Until this video, nobody covering Nolan Wells had said that name out loud. She was the last person to speak with Nolan before he disappeared.
Oh, shit.
Her sister came forward publicly and confirmed it. And what Katie's family says happened in those final minutes on that island does not match what Nolan's friends told the world.
I'm so happy that she's telling the truth.
Katie is not the only thing that changed in this case. The pool party photo Benjamin Crump reposted, the image that drove nearly 1 million YouTube views in a single night, was taken 8 days before Horn Island, and the voice Crump told Good Morning America he believed was Nolan's, demanding his phone back.
You can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking?
Hey, lady, you there? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, okay, I can hear you.
I'm trying to learn how to use it. Girl, I don't know what's wrong with my charger.
Yeah, a few people have been talking back to me. I just got to get used to this thing and get the key codes to like Instagram and TikTok and whoever ban me, I guess. I don't know. But we've been watching like this case is all over the damn place.
Yeah, I be seeing it every day.
My anxiety level is on a high with it. Like, it's like normally they can pull stuff off like this and we just be mad. But now social media, the general public of social media has taken the driver's seat. We're not playing this ish. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
and I will say the last deaths been kids that are on the road students, and not the actual last deaths, the ones that normally you get away with around rich kids or kids who have things, right? They normally they can kind of get away with shit. But now then, obviously stuff is just out there. And I'm gonna tell you, regardless if they charge them or not, their life will forever not be the same ever. So I don't know if they did actually do this or some grown people did this to this boy. Something happened to him. Their life would never be the same. Nobody would never want to be around them. No one would never trust them. Nobody would know. They were always known for being the boys that was involved with a man drowning and leaving their friend behind. You know what I mean? Like I tell people, y'all mad about Simmons, that George Simmons, whatever his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
His life is not the same. Nobody won't hire him. He can't do anything with his life. You know what I mean? He can't go get a job and sit by somebody. People don't understand those things. You could mess up your own entire life doing something as dumb. Not in this climate, it's the wrong thing to do. It's just the wrong ish to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
I ain't gonna lie, I've just been like, oh my God, this shit is
freaking doing.
The person in that video came forward to ABC News. It was not Nolan's voice. It was never Nolan's voice.
Oh, and there's a boy that's been going on these platforms, and mom said she never met him. And he's talking about he's Nolan's best friend. Say she never met him. He never been to her house. So they're using any black face to go and I guess think they can calm us down. We not dumb. We not stupid. We not finna. You just not about to tell us anything. It's not finna happen. I just wish whatever it is, whether it's them or a grown person, we hurry up and get whatever we need. Because I do believe it's a grown person. And I do believe that it may be a relative of these boys or something happened. Something went left. Huh?
I heard it was a stepmom, the judge.
What, the stepmom judge didn't do anything. I think she's been covering stuff up, allegedly.
She's been covering it up. She told them what to do with the body.
Right. Okay.
And they was saying something about how they handled the body was very, very bad. Like
well, there's some two girls. You don't know if they telling the truth. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like someone called them. Girl, shut the fuck up lying. No one is gonna jeopardize their job for that shit. You know what I mean? Like I have uncles that were officers and different things. And I heard things around the house, but I know they're not dumb to tell some random chicks that want fame. Like everybody's doing clickbait at this point, and they're like putting like the truth is out there. Plus, you have a lot of lies to try. You know how you put lies out there to f stuff up. I believe that I believe something's gonna happen though.
All right.
I don't know why. I don't know if let me stop saying that. I don't know. This is one thing I just don't know because it happened in Mississippi. You know what I mean? And a judge's son is involved. So I don't know how this thing is gonna pan out. I'm gonna keep it above.
And then her stepson. I said, yeah, and then it's her stepson.
Right.
And it's like,
it's her stepson. It's not her real son.
No, it's stepson.
Girl,
you seen the letter that she put out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I know there was a letter. I just dismissed it because I know it was gonna be some bullshit behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like certain things I clearly don't want to hear. Like I clearly, you know what I mean? You can put a drop on the back of your thing too. You know that, right?
Oh, no, I don't know how to resist that.
Well, this when you get a chance, just go in because you have an account, I guess now, or whatever. You could put drops and stuff and come on with drops and different things like that. But I don't know. Like, look, y'all, I know I'm sounding like I'm slow right now because I never had a situation where I couldn't understand it. You know what I mean? It's like when you think you understand whatever's going on, you have another monkey wrench being thrown out here. You know what I mean? Like you say the girl said this, now the girl said it's not true. He went back with his friends. The island too small to not see him get back on the boat. So you're not gonna tell me if I met a guy, I'm not seeing which direction he going, if he just got my name or if he got my number, whatever took place, right? So either if he did not go back, maybe the girl and her family or somebody did something. That's why that girl's clearing her name. Like she like fuck that. Like he went back with his friends. You know what I mean? And the mom and everybody, I think the sister, not the mom, but the sister put a statement out concerning it. Like you're not putting that on her. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I could believe what you're saying about the mom. So you think the mom knows more or whatever?
Yeah.
So what do you think? Like, do you really think he got beaten? Because they're saying that, but no one is saying nothing. And I think the autopsies are back, but right now they not going to tell the public what the autopsy is. That's why the first one is not being talked about. You think?
Yeah, I think that. Hold
I'm
on,
so
I'm trying to see how
sad.
to use this.
Huh?
I'm trying to figure out how to use it.
Oh, girl, this you got to turn you. I don't know your light not on for sure. Oh, you got the camera off. Okay, cool. You got the camera off? No, you ain't got the camera off. You just
I
in the
think I'm
dark.
in the dark.
Okay, cool. We good. We good. I just don't know what to do with this thing. Like I'm so hyped on this. Remember we was talking about it earlier. And I just said I don't even know what to do. I don't even know how to think. I don't know what to say. Like this is one case where it's a trip. Let's try to see what they're trying to say.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
2 pieces of viral evidence, both of them gone. But what was always verified, what existed
I'm
before
tired of
any
see
photo,
everybody-
before
listen,
any video,
I want to say
before the certainty.
this boy's situation
thinking-
is his, right? Everybody want to bring up Emmett Till. You know what I mean? I'm looking down like Emmett Till. No, motherfucker, this is this guy time. Like we got to stop going back, and something happened now that has to be taken care of. You know what I mean? I want them to deal with it. The stuff with Emmett Till, obviously, it was some messed up stuff. It was messed up to the third power. But we have a situation now. We have a situation even with Daniel in Texas where his mom think the white boys pushed her son in the lake. But they went to jail, but not for the murder. And she's calling for murder right now. So we have a lot of things that happen in between. I think it was the 13th of July it happened or whatever, or somewhere around the 4th, something, whatever it is. But we had 3 incidents back to back. And I don't know. I don't know. It's a true crime. Let's see what they got to say.
What if the last person who saw you alive was someone you trusted with your life? What if the phone in your pocket made it home safely, but you never did? And what if every account of your final hours told a different story, depending on who was doing the talking? Those are the questions haunting one Mississippi family right now.
Hold on, let me see what this.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate everybody. Thank you everybody for supporting my channel. Thank you to everybody who has subscribed. The mystery has really deepened into what happened to 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Disturbing case, sad case. In this episode, I'm going to have the latest on the investigation. Also, what authorities are doing right now with Wells's cell phone, which is really significant.
Okay, it's recent.
The family, the attorneys, the district attorney just had a meeting and gave an update after that meeting on some really significant parts of the investigation, which I'll get to in this episode. He was last seen on the remote Corn Island in Mississippi. That was back on July 4th. His friends say they took a boat home without Wells. That was around 3 p.m. after some of the friends said that Wells said that he would find another ride back to shore. And that is something that his family has really said since the beginning that they are suspicious of, that he wouldn't, they don't believe, have wanted to stay behind without his friends. Nolan's body was was later found tragically. It was 2 days later that they discovered the body. Cause of death and results of an autopsy right now are still unknown. A little bit of the backstory. Wells went to Ocean Springs High School. He was a rising sophomore on the Southwest Mississippi Community College football team. You just hear amazing things about this kid, pretty much from everyone who knew him. And by the way, his family has made clear that he was a good swimmer, which sort of adds to the mystery of this entire thing. Police, up until this point, have said that there's no indication of foul play, but the family attorney, Ben Crump, said that Nolan's cell phone is going to undergo what they're calling a mutual inspection of the cell phone by investigators, and also so when I say investigators, the official investigators like the sheriff's office, FBI, but also the family's independent experts are also going to go through the cell phone, according to Ben Crump. The phone, by the way, from what we can tell, from what the friends are saying, was later found on the boat, not with Wells, which is another component to this that the family finds suspicious. This is what Ben Crump said after he and the family met with the district attorney.
There will be a grand jury that she will turn this case over to once they have collected all the information and finished their investigation. We also agreed that we will have a mutual inspection of the cell phone with our experts and their experts. Attorney Eric Hertz is helping lead the investigation team with former law enforcement experts who are going to help us with the cell phone download.
So there is GPS data from the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources that has tracked the movement of the boat that Nolan Wells was on when he went to Horn Island. Again, this was on July 4th. CBS News actually obtained that data. They are reporting that the vessel left a dock at about 9:56 a.m., arrived at Horn Island at roughly 11:14 a.m., and CBS News reports that Wells was not on the boat when it departed the island to go back. The boat left Horn Island at 4:31 p.m., returned back to the original departure dock where it left from in the morning. According to CBS, they report that the boat's owner, his mother, and another person who was on the boat with Wells when they first went to the island, that they have all been cooperating with the investigation. In terms of cause of death, autopsy, as I said, no official cause of death has been released at this point. There is a private autopsy that is happening in Washington, D.C. By the way, it's being paid for by former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick, which is interesting. There's a lot of celebrities getting involved in this whole effort. Tyler Perry is helping to cover the funeral expenses for Nolan. All these people just saying that they want answers, they want transparency. The family's other attorney, a man named Eric Hurst, says that there are still so many questions that he says have not been answered.
Right now, there's a lot of unanswered questions. We appreciate the district attorney meeting with us, but because of certain types of confidentiality that even the victims are not allowed to know, we did not get all the answers we want. We have an independent investigation going on that involves former law enforcement, federal agents that are going to be looking into all the different information we got. The calls are coming in and we're getting a lot of information. Some of the people that I spoke to are not talking with law enforcement here. We're going to be trying to get them to cooperate with each other because we want to make sure the narrative, which has been put out that is false, is going to be corrected.
In terms of the false narrative, there were some follow-up questions when he said that, and they did not elaborate on exactly what they meant there. But the legal team says they are getting dozens and dozens of tips coming in every day from people who are on the island.
We are getting dozens of people calling every day saying, I was on Horn Island. This is what I saw. I know these individuals. This is what we know. They said, we understand the sheriff's investigation has hundreds of people calling too. And so the hope is that when this is presented to the grand jury, all relevant witnesses and evidence will be presented to them so that we can have a fair and impartial investigation into the death of Nolan Wells.
So several of Nolan Wells' friends have spoken out. Trayston Shepard is one of them. He was with Wells during the trip to Horn Island. He's spoken to a couple of different places. He told ABC News, quote, "We did no wrong here. We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind us." He said, "We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short." Shepard says that Wells met a young woman on the island that was earlier in the day and chose to stay behind while the rest of the group headed back to the mainland by boat. He said the two had only just met. It was the first time that they were spending time together, and sort of alluded to the fact that that's why he didn't return back to the mainland. Wells' parents, by the way, have questioned that and just don't believe that he would have stayed on the island without his friends. They've said that over and over again. So for more information on the investigation, what may be happening behind the scenes, I want to share with you guys my conversation with retired FBI agent Kieran Ramsey.
Kieran, it's nice to see you. Thank you very much for joining me. I've been looking into this Nolan Wells story all day, really. It's a really sad story. I mean, it seemed like this kid just had such a bright future, and everybody seemed to have amazing things to say about him. I wanted to ask you first, Ben Crump, the family attorney, said that there's going to be sort of this dual investigation with the phone, that they're going to have the, officials looking into it, the police, but then also they have experts that the family's hiring that's going to be looking at the phone, I guess, at the same time. Have you ever heard of this happening this way?
It's, look, it's an unusual track to see happening in real time like this. It's certainly not common. I think it speaks to why there is a need for law enforcement to immediately seize digital devices, image those, and start that examination immediately.
Hey guys, I've been on the road so much lately. I've been distracted by so many stories, and there are certain things I just don't have the time to deal with. And identity theft is definitely one of those things. It's the worst. It happened to my dad. It took data off the market.
But given the fact that the family and the attorney are doing this, perhaps that's going to lend some additional integrity to the investigation so that there isn't one single source of information, which admittedly in the public space is already facing some intense scrutiny. So again, it's unusual. It's not the typical standard process that you would see. But in the end, as long as law enforcement is able to do what they need to do for evidentiary purposes, that they can establish that chain of custody and be able to detail any forensic examination so that if it's ever needed to be presented in court, there won't be any question as to the integrity of the information or the data that is able to be extracted from it.
It seems the mom or the parents had the phone. Is that unusual to you? Because I guess with most of the cases I've covered, the phone will go into like the police evidence.
Look, I'll put it this way. These were clearly desperate parents just trying to find their son. I can't put it past them in that regard. I'm a dad of 2 teenage boys. Even though I'm former FBI, I can't blame them for that. But admittedly, a forensic image should have been taken of that phone first by law enforcement immediately. However, given the circumstances by which they had to go find the phone themselves, again, it's hard for me to take major umbrage with it, given that they're desperate parents and they had to go find the phone themselves. But ideally, in normal cases, yeah, you want law enforcement to seize that phone first, start a chain of custody, image that phone so that the integrity of the evidence that's found is unquestionable.
When law enforcement gets a phone in a situation like this, and we don't know if it's an iPhone, but what do they do? What kind of information can they pull off of it?
So I think I've seen a lot of reports that the Snapchat account was deleted, which would have been unusual for this young man. Look, deleted is never deleted. And for law enforcement, and particularly now with the FBI's involvement and their digital forensics capabilities, and admittedly, I don't know what Jackson County's digital forensics capabilities are. I do know what the FBI's are. So that aspect of being deleted is never really truly deleted. So you have several layers of recoverable data that exists. So you have data on the Snapchat servers. So servers, data from the servers. You have metadata. And both of those can be gained from preservation letters and subpoenas. On top of that, you have geolocation data from both the handsets and maps according to the Snapchat account. Again, if you know how Snapchat works, and unfortunately, my kids use Snapchat too. So you have that map aspect of it. Then again, another big piece, and I've seen it reported a lot, is the Life 360 data for that handset.
That's
so
what his
there's
mama
going
had.
to be that information. So when we think about the amount of information that they can gain from this phone, it's tremendous. But I'll emphasize this. While that phone is the centerpiece of the digital, let's call it the digital footprint of what investigators are going to be looking for, it doesn't end with just that handset. I believe we've already seen the Jackson County authorities come out and try to crowdsource information and say, look, if you were on, I believe it's Horn Island that day, we want any phones or any photos, any video, nothing edited. We want to make sure we know who was there. So if you were there, please let us know so that they can do all that, because then you have cell tower dumps as well. So for the geolocation data for the cell towers themselves. And every single device, as well as every single person that was on that island that day, then becomes a potential witness or a potential evidentiary lead.
How do the other people with cell phones, could they help determine his location and through the towers? Is that what you're saying?
No, so the towers are going to put who was ever on that island at that time, the geolocation data for any of the handsets that were on that. And then you are going to have time and space proximity of certain handsets. So by way of example, if you and I are on the island and you go off, yet I tell the authorities, no, you and I were there together the entire time, but the cell.
Can I ask you a question? Because I never wondered, right? Like, if they was there, can they pin? I think they can. I think they can pin, but if you don't say nothing, they won't know you were there, right? Or something like that. They can pin who was around him in that phone, correct? At a certain time, right? Am I correct? Hello? Yo, are you asleep, lady? I get. She must be asleep. She must have fell asleep. She done fell asleep. Yeah, I'm trying to wonder. Okay, I know that they can pin a location. Like if I'm in trouble, they can say, "Oh no, you were here." But I wonder, can they get his cell phone and match the times where the cell phone was and see if there were other cell phones in that area around the time they said he was left. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just confused. I think I'm thinking crazy.
Tower dumps show that nope, your handset was gone. It left. Okay, then that opens up a line of inquiry, right? Really an investigative lead. I think they're going to be looking at a lot of that given the circumstances as described, because you have a timeline that has a lot of contradictions, right? You have this group of friends that's there with him saying they departed, that he was going to stay behind to, I believe, talk with some girl. The girl then comes out and says, no, we talked, but then he was leaving to go catch up with his friends. Then somebody else shifts the timeline as to when those friends left. And then we have the handset itself. The Life 360 data shows that the handset's back apparently on the mainland.
That's right.
From what I saw in open source reporting, while they're claiming, no, he's still on the island. So again, there's a lot of inconsistencies. Each one of those, that timeline doesn't close. It actually breaks up contradictions, and each one leads to an investigative pursuit that can be followed.
Dang.
Can they, with Snapchat, and you mentioned your kids have it, they don't, the snaps don't stick around forever. Does the FBI have a way to go back and get old Snapchats?
So there's Snapchat server-side data that they can go back. They can serve preservation letters on Snapchat. They can follow it up with grand jury subpoenas if need be. I'm not familiar directly with their protocol and their policies for data retention, but no doubt the FBI's already issued out probably tons of preservation letters so that whatever is on server-side data they can get from Snapchat or other accounts that are interacting with Snapchat on the device that can overlap. So there is still a lot of potential for that.
Does it stand out to you as odd that his phone was back on the boat without him? Because in one way I'm thinking like, what, teenager leaves their phone? That's kind of unusual. But then some of the friends said, oh, everybody leaves the phone in the boat because, you don't want it to get wet, which I've been on boats and that also seems like it could be true.
I can speculate all day long as to what kids are doing with their phones and the boat thing. I don't know. But what we do know is there's some contradictory statements as to that timeline and then the phone itself. The fact that the parents had to go get the phone, it wasn't given up willingly as to what I've seen in open source reporting. That's a little troubling, that it was not immediately given up willingly. So you have that aspect. You also have the fact that, again, according to the parents, and admittedly they have their own blinders on about what he did or did not usually do with his phone, but their claim was that he was very active on Snapchat and it was apparently wiped for that entire day. So I would say those data points are actually possible indications of evidence spoliation, which is, again, trying to get rid of evidence, but we don't know. I mean, I think it's still too early. And all of that data has to be overlaid with interviews of anybody that was with him that day or supposed to be with him or in close proximity to him.
How does it work with the FBI involved now? And are you surprised the FBI is involved? What kind of work do you think they're doing on the case?
Not surprised that the FBI is involved, given there's federal land jurisdiction, right? The Barrier Island is part of the Gulf Shores National Seashore, I believe. The body was found by a National Park Service ranger. My brother's a former National Park Service law enforcement ranger, and he worked in that area years ago. So very familiar with the jurisdiction from a land perspective. It doesn't mean it's not concurrent jurisdiction. So the FBI and the county will typically work together. But then on top of that, what brings the FBI in is no doubt the digital forensics. And whether it was a specific request by the Jackson County authorities or it was just an immediate agreement, hey, deceased body found on federal land, you already had an open missing persons, let's work this together. From what I've seen in the open source, it still indicates that Jackson County is in the lead, but it doesn't matter. They're working in concert. They're quite used to working together. I know personally, the agencies down there are very used to working collaboratively on federal jurisdiction cases or cases where you have some kind of suspicious circumstances surrounding a missing person.
Because the FBI is involved, should we assume that there may be something suspicious?
No, we're way too early in that because we haven't had a direct statement that there's a civil rights investigation or a federal homicide investigation because of the land jurisdiction. There's still a lot of things that need to come back. Cause and manner of death, toxicology, the interview process, the digital evidence, if there's anything that immediate comes to there. So I don't think we should necessarily take away from the fact that the FBI is involved, that it means, yes, a crime has been committed, but hopefully, and this is where I feel dearly for these parents, hopefully they take some solace to know that the FBI is going to bring everything they have to this investigation in hopes of determining what happened to their son.
When you mentioned in the beginning, I mean, and I've done stories before with parents who, you just don't want to believe that it was an accident, if that's what this turns out to be. Is that a challenge for law enforcement? Because sometimes, and again, not with this case, with the other ones I've covered, no matter what the facts show, you have parents who are just not going to believe that it was a drowning or that, it was something else. Which you can understand too. Like you mentioned, you have kids. I mean, you get it. Like, especially a kid like this who is such a star,
Look, this kid had everything in the world going for him. 18-year-old multi-sport college athletes. It's summertime. Next week, he was supposed to go on to his athletic training program and everything. But look, the emotion is what is often lost for these parents. And if you're a parent, I'm sure you can relate. If you're not, put yourself in those shoes that you want to know the truth. You want to know what happened. But, when your heart is ripped out of your chest, it's kind of hard to be objective in believing everything, especially where we've had already, very unfortunately, and I'm not going to place blame here, but unfortunately, we already had a sequencing error by the authorities where they came out right away and say, nope, no foul play involved. Look, you can't do that. Now you've just caused yourself all of this scrutiny because you made that call before anything else was done. So given that question that's going to hang over there, that's where I certainly hope the FBI's involvement, perhaps whatever private capabilities the family's attorney brings in, hopefully that gives them reassurance that whatever investigation is being done from this point forward is full, is complete, is transparent, and gives them the answers they truly, truly deserve as parents.
Why do you think the authorities did that? I mean, to so quickly say, why not just say it's an open investigation where we don't know either way?
I couldn't speculate as to the why. All I can say, it was a premature declaration, clearly. And, you certainly never characterize cause and manner of death, but before an autopsy, before toxicology. I mean, that's just standard law enforcement 101. Whatever the reason behind that misstep, I'm sure will come out later with some kind of internal examination. I mean, this case already is getting a ton of scrutiny. So I couldn't speculate as to the why, other than to say, look, it was a premature declaration that I'm sure that department regrets now making.
How important are witnesses? And, I'm just thinking kids this age, some of them may be reluctant to come forward. Even if it wasn't necessarily a crime, but just something they saw. You get nervous to get involved. There's race involved now. You think it'll be difficult to get some of these kids to talk?
I really hope not. Some of these kids were his friends. If they were truly his friends, they're going to cooperate to the nth degree. For any kids that were out there, this is something where both for those kids and their parents, they need to realize, look, this was an 18-year-old kid that had everything going for him. Put yourself in their shoes. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to hide. Just cooperate. Who cares that you were 18 years old and drinking on this island and playing with your boats and your jet skis? No one cares about that. That's not what this is about. So law enforcement is going to have to really emphasize that aspect. It sounds like this is a community that does care about this case. So we'll see that care and concern translate into cooperation. And I took it as a good sign that so quickly the sheriff's offices and the authorities pivoted to crowdsource this and say, hey, look, if you were out there, send us whatever you got. We need to account for what happened here.
Have you worked any cases like this where, if you're dealing with teenagers and the FBI shows up and starts wanting to talk, there's like an intimidation factor? How do you deal with that?
It's automatic. The FBI brings a certain gravitas to any investigation that it's doing, but that's where communication is key. And it's communication by team law enforcement, not just the FBI, not just Jackson County, not just the family's attorney, not just the district attorney or the U.S. Attorney's Office. It's really team law enforcement has to be clear about, here's where we are, here's what we still need from the public. If you were there, and making sure that people understand, what is this about? This is about an 18-year-old boy that's not going to be able to fulfill what his life's promises were supposed to be.
There's some new audio that's out, and this just came out in the last couple of hours. I don't know if you heard it, but it's like from the radio, and it sounds like these kids called in that the boat was malfunctioning or taking on water. They needed towing assistance, and it seems like this is the boat back to shore when he's not on the boat. From an investigative perspective, does that mean anything to you?
It does. It adds to the timeline, right? If that audio can be verified. So there's other reports, right? I've seen other reporting about an argument being captured on the shoreline and something else, like whatever audio clips that are preserved, and including radio traffic or communication with some outside party that's not there, if they can verify that, that adds to that timeline where they can start to fill in gaps as to who is where when in relation to where is our victim and what's happening there. So I think that if it can be verified, I think that'll be helpful to the timeline, no doubt.
And just back to the witnesses, if they saw something and they are not forthcoming, is that a crime?
It can be. You can face repercussions, legal repercussions, for not providing information, for obstructing the investigation in some way. Again, the fact that that phone was not voluntarily provided to authorities and the parents, there's some legal risk there, admittedly. Now, hopefully that doesn't dissuade people from telling the truth. There's an explanation. If there is an explanation, a logical explanation, it needs to be given. Very simple like that. Same thing with the rest of this milieu of kids in that area on that day at that time.
Yeah. The other thing, just going back to the parents, is when they say, you know, our son wouldn't have stayed behind without his friends. And sometimes when I've interviewed parents for stories, they do have a good sense of what their kid would do. You know what I mean? It's like you kind of do have to take that into account, it seems.
So I have mixed feelings about that. I'll be very candid. As a dad and as an FBI agent, and they're contrasting. They don't necessarily match. As an FBI agent, no, I trust but verify, right? As the old adage goes, I actually investigate and verify. As a dad, I'd like to think I know for sure what my kids are doing. Look, unfortunately, I find out sometimes, no, they're not doing what I would expect of them. And that's that difference. Whereas parents, we expect them to do X or Y or Z. And oftentimes kids don't meet our expectations. I struggle with that as a parent. All parents struggle with that. Nevertheless, you know, from an FBI perspective, I'm still going to want to not just take the parent's word for it. I'm going to go investigate. There are witnesses. There is a timeline here. There is digital evidence, a digital footprint. There's a lot of things that we can take and put together to see. And it's not to prove them right or wrong. It's to find out what happened.
And he, by the way, I was just remembering, he's a strong swimmer, according to his family, which stood out to me.
Again, another interesting data point. And we'll see what the cause and manner of death is upon autopsy and toxicology reports. Look, I grew up a swimmer. I was a lifeguard. My boys are lifeguards.
You guys, I got to get low because I got a lot of work to do tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will come back on tomorrow. It probably will be midday. I'm gonna find some more. I don't know what y'all like to watch, but I know that this is way more interested. A lot of things is happening with this case because this young man had everything to lose to mess up like this. So all we could do is pray for the family and pray for Karmelo Anthony just as well, that we get a speedy situation where these judges can hurry up and look at whatever it is and make their decision, their termination of, you know, what they're going to do with this young man's situation. I pray that he get another trial so it could be more cleaner, so that we could be able to televise it, so we could be able to see what's going on and understand the evidence and everything. So you guys have a great night. Thank you for watching. Please follow my TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. And also, you guys, I just opened up a online K-12 high school. It's called Nativa, it's Natia, Nativa Alliance High School. And it's Nativa Alliance High School. That's the website, but it's Nativa Alliance Community High School. So you can take a look at that if you want your kids kind of off the grid. You want to teach your kids more, and you know, like at least the first couple of years of their life or whatnot, and try to, you know, install goodness in your children. Then come holler at me. Have a great day.